Welcome. In this video, you will hear mostly true scary stories, with new rain sounds that I mixed together myself. Let me know in the comments what you think of it. By the way, you can follow me on Instagram if you want to see what I look like, or just keep up with the other stuff that I have going on. I'll leave the link in the description and the pinned comment. And before we begin this 4-hour-long video, please keep in mind that there are only 4 ads in the entire video after the first 4 stories. If you appreciate these minimal ads that I always do, please take a second to subscribe to my channel and hit that old thumbs up button for me. Subscribing and liking the video really helps my channel out. I would really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the video, and thank you for being here. Now, let's begin. In my late teens, early 20s, I was a venture scout and leader for trips my local Boy Scout troop went on. I'm a female, but my brother was part of the troop for years, and I became friends with everyone in the troop. I completed my youth protection training and was allowed to become a leader/chaperone on camping trips and other wilderness-related outings. I had a longtime friend in the troop. Let's call him Sam. And he was a close friend of my whole family. Sam was a little older than me and had already been a Boy Scout leader for several years at this point. This story takes place in November of 2018. Sam and I were made the leaders of an upcoming camping trip, the annual fall canoe float down the Buffalo National River in Arkansas. The Buffalo River runs about 135 miles through the Ozark Mountains, with enormous bluffs on at least one side or the other through most of it. It flows through some of the most beautiful parts of Northwest and Northern Arkansas, and despite my incident, I still encourage you to take a trip there. We had made camp that afternoon on a riverbank after about 15 miles from where we put it in. The scouts put up their tents about 25 yards upstream of my tent, with the campfire and cooking station situated in between us. As I was setting up, I mentioned to Sam that I was a little nervous about sleeping in my tent alone for the first time. He shrugged me off and told me it would be fine, that sleeping alone was actually quite peaceful. I remember rolling my eyes because, unlike me, Sam had not only been camping completely alone for years, he had also done it in a hammock with no other what I consider protective gear. I didn't bother to ask him to tent with me because, according to the scouting rules, males and females cannot share tents, and I didn't want to get in trouble the very first time I was leading the troop. However, I think Sam sensed my unease, and he set up his sleeping arrangements outside my tent, which consisted of a sleeping pad on the ground with his canoe flipped over on top of him, like a coffin. To this day, I admire what it must have been like to live with so little concern. We all spent the evening around the campfire, talking and making dinner. The forest and the river all around us was so full of life that I felt a little more comfortable when we all decided to turn in for the night. I watched Sam lay down on his pad and flip the canoe over on top of him, before sighing with contentment, and I climbed into my tent. I spent the first hour or two reading while listening to the sounds of the boys up the riverbank fade as they all started to fall asleep. But I couldn't. The nighttime temperature had dropped below freezing. Then, of course, I needed to pee. I spent probably another 10 minutes trying to trick myself into forgetting about it and fall asleep, but it was impossible. Finally, I got out of my tent, tapped Sam's canoe to let him know where I was going, and then headed up the bank for some privacy. I don't know how many women on here have peed in the woods, but if you have, you'll know it's one of the worst things about camping. What made it even worse is because I was cautious about being seen. I climbed all the way up the embankment and walked about 10 feet into the woods before stopping. And oh my gosh, it was miserable. Not only having to drop drawer in the freezing cold, but also being completely vulnerable. But the worst part about it was the woods were completely silent. Not a cricket, not a rustle of a squirrel. Nothing. It didn't click in my head until years later about how bad that actually is. Just the primitive part of my brain started screaming to leave immediately. I ran back to the embankment before sliding down onto my butt and sprinting back to camp. Once back around everyone else, and in the glow of the full moon, I had a little more sense of security. The river was burbling on quietly, and I could see the dying embers of the campfire before getting the idea to take the warm rocks from the campfire and put them in my sleeping bag to try to get enough warmth to sleep. I drug about 4 or 5 decent-sized stones into my tent and slipped them into the bottom of my sleeping bag. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. I was awake for hours in pain from how cold I was, trying to rub the ache out of my legs. I remember actually tearing up a bit with how exhausted and cold I was. That's when I heard a noise, like footsteps walking around downstream from my tent. The bank was covered in smooth river stones, so any kind of footsteps would make noise. But the sound of the rocks shifting told me that this was something large. Then I heard them enter the water, and I worried one of the boys was awake and going for a midnight swim. I quickly unzipped my tent and poked my head out to see an elk drinking from the river. At least it looked like an elk. It was massive, but it was far enough away and standing perfectly in shadow that I wasn't quite sure. It was much too big to be a deer, but we don't have moose in Arkansas. I quietly watched it, hoping to see more of it, when it looked directly at me. Its face, even in the shadow, triggered my primitive brain again. If my blood wasn't running cold before, it was now. I felt this prickling up my neck as this unknown terror crept into my bones. I ducked my head back into my tent and stayed completely still for hours. The combination of fear and the cold wasted any hope of sleeping. I never heard the elk thing leave the bank, but I also didn't even think about listening for it. The woods were that almost screaming silence again. After what felt like hours, someone tapped on my tent and said, "Come on out, it's time to go." I pressed my face into my hands and breathed a sigh of both relief and exhaustion. I had made it through the night, and even though I didn't get any sleep, it was over. I quickly stuck my feet in my boots and stepped out of my tent to find nothing. It was still night. I had confused the light from the moon as dawn. No one was around my tent, and the time it took from when they spoke to me to when I came out was not enough time for one of the boys to make it back to their tent before I saw them. That pricking feeling came back, but this time it was all over my body as I heard a voice in my head say, "Don't turn around." I slowly sat backwards in my tent and zipped myself up into it with shaking hands. I laid down in my sleeping bag and covered my face and prayed. I prayed for so long until I finally fell asleep. In the morning, I woke up to the familiar voice of Sam talking to another scout outside my tent. I could feel the warmth of the sun beating down into my tent. I know I looked terrible by the way Sam did a double take upon seeing me. "Oh, geez, you look like you didn't sleep at all." "Did you come to my tent last night?" I asked him. Sam, still studying my face, slowly responded, "No." please don't play with me. If you did, you got me good. Great. Just don't continue the joke right now if you did, please. I felt a little bad being accusatory, because Sam was actually a pretty no-nonsense guy, especially when it came to being in charge on camping trips. Diana, no, I wouldn't try to scare you. I know how nervous you were about sleeping alone out here. He folded up his pad before tossing it into his canoe and throwing it over his shoulder. But I guess you were too scared last night. I looked confused. What? Sam gestured up the embankment into the woods. I heard you make a few trips up there. Next time just get a Gatorade bottle and you won't have to leave your tent. Around that time, the rest of the scouts had announced that they had finished cooking breakfast, and everyone migrated to the campfire. But I felt like I had just sunk down to my knees in the river mud. I had left the tent once. I went up the embankment and came back down once. So if it wasn't me, what had Sam heard coming out of the woods and checking out my tent multiple times that night? Why hadn't I heard it? I have told this story to people before, and they say I had just dreamed it, but I know that I hadn't. I had been too cold and had sat up in my sleeping bag most of the night, rubbing my legs. And since I know it wasn't a dream, what is hiding and hunting in the woods along the Buffalo River? I work at a restaurant in a small town, and I have been locking up at the end of the night for a year now. It's nice, easy money, and I usually get paid an extra hour while doing simple tasks like cleaning or rolling silverware. It's actually calming after a hectic night in the kitchen. I never check bathrooms or anything before locking up. Usually the restaurant is empty well before I am finished, and I have a lot of time to myself. There is something so eerie about being in a restaurant alone after closing. What was once a bustling place full of people is now empty and silent. The sounds of the machinery kicking on can be heard across the restaurant. The sound of the ice machine dumping ice usually makes me jump. With the layout of the restaurant, the main light switches are on the opposite side of the restaurant from the door with the alarm. So I usually lock the back and front doors and then turn off all the lights. Then I make my way through the dark restaurant to the side door, which has the keypad. In order to arm the system, all doors need to be closed and there needs to be no movement in the restaurant. If there is an error, it will tell me the door that is open, or infrared, and the area where there is movement. When I first started locking up, I needed the flashlight on my phone to navigate to the door. But now I know the layout, so I just walk in the darkness. For some reason, it is less scary to just speed walk through the dark than to have a dimly lit phone light casting shadows and reflecting off surfaces. I hate to say it as a grown man. The dark creeps me out. Tonight, the restaurant had been closed for almost 2 hours. I mopped the kitchen, cleaned a bit, and rolled some silverware for the morning crew. I locked the doors, turned off the lights, then made my way through the dark restaurant to the door. I typed in the code and got an error. Error, infrared detected. Dining room. I felt my stomach sink. I know I've been alone in this restaurant for 2 hours. I know I had just walked through that pitch-black dining room. Just then I heard footsteps pounding on the tile coming towards me from the dining room. I have gotten chills down my spine before when something creeps me out. But this was different. It felt like my entire nervous system was overloaded. I didn't even turn around, I just opened the door and bolted out into the parking lot. I didn't hear any footsteps behind me. I got in my car and peeled out. I drove down the street and called 911. And then my boss. I waited until they arrived before I went back into the restaurant. The door was wide open. There was no sign of anyone. Nothing was stolen, nothing was broken. I gave a report of what happened, and that was it. The only interior camera that is pointed at the cash registers didn't see into a majority of the dining room, but the exterior camera caught something that scared the life out of me, and that I will think about for the rest of my life. It captures me running out of the building and around the corner to my car. Shortly after I exited, you could barely see the elongated shadow of someone standing by the door beneath the camera, watching me run away. The person casting it being just out of frame, before turning the opposite direction and disappearing. Just seeing my terrified self running away and that shadow watching me do so, I have never felt so vulnerable. I'm not really a believer in the paranormal, but I just don't know what kind of sick person would wait in a restaurant for 2 hours after close, not steal anything, just to scare the employee that was locking up. I know for a fact it wasn't any of my coworkers. Obviously, there wasn't much that could be done to find out who it was. Nothing shows anyone entering the building after close, and from what we could tell, everyone who entered that day had left. This event still has me questioning myself on whether it was a sick prank, someone mentally ill, or something supernatural. I can't breathe. My eyes are open, and I am able to see everything around me. Yes, it's shrouded in darkness, but it's still my room, and I am still in my bed. Except I can't move, and I can't breathe. I can feel the eyes of something sinister on me. Something is watching me from the darkness that is surrounding me. I don't see it. I can smell it. A putrid, stagnant smell, like sulfur, acid, and bowel movement all in one. But I feel it. I feel anger and the hatred in the air around me. The room I fell asleep in was peaceful. It's my room. I can see the Jack Skellington tapestry on the wall across from me. The television is in sleep mode, the little bubbles dancing around the screen. I can feel the weight of my tiny dog beside me under the blanket. My drawings hung where they were when I fell asleep, but the darkness in the room is darker. The feeling in the room is evil. There's a sound. What's that sound? It's not me. I can't breathe, I can't move, and I for sure can't speak. But something is moving. Footsteps. Those are footsteps that I can hear, coming from my closet. I cut my eyes, looking as far to the side of them to try and see who or what, that there's nothing there. Until there's movement at the end of my bed, looking down, still unable to do anything but stare. There he is, the guy in the top hat. He's tall, all black. He's not a he at all, but a thing. No facial features are eminent, but I can make out a grin spreading across his blank and stoic face. He's enjoying this. The torture and pure terror I feel. I can tell he's feeding off of it. Tightly shutting my eyes, I'm hoping that doing this will make him go away. My eyes fly back open in a panic when I feel breath on my face and neck. There he is, hovering over me, the grin wider than it was before. I tried to make him disappear. He's mouthing something, but no words are audible. And then in a growling whisper, "I watch you sleep at night. So lovely you are. From this night forward until time ends, I will watch you sleep. Time and time again." praying in my head that he will just go away. I can feel the tears gliding down the sides of my face. I still can't breathe, move, or speak. I am so beyond trapped, and the terror welling inside me needs to be released. I open my mouth, forming a scream, and in my mind, that's all I'm doing, screaming as loud as possible. Finally, the only thing filling the silence and the darkness that surrounds me are my screams. I sit up as quickly as possible and gather myself. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. After I had pulled myself together and obtained the courage to go to the bathroom, I head that way. Upon returning to my bed, I grab my phone to check the time, and there, present on the screen, is a picture taken of me from above. My eyes wide and filled with tears that are streaming down my cheeks, mouth open in the form of a scream, and a dark glaze over my eyes. Those don't look like my eyes. This story is from my hike from Graz, Austria to Venice, Italy. It might not be as frightening as some other stories, but I want to share it. In the summer of 2023, my two friends and I, all 17 years old at the time, were in the final week of our hike from Graz to Venice. It was late at night, and we still hadn't found a place to set up our tents. We were walking along a seemingly endless beach, exhaustion weighing heavily on us after 20 days of walking. Our legs ached from blisters, and we had already taken minutes-long pauses to regain energy. We were all eager to rest. Eventually, we found a suitable spot on the map, a beach further away from the city we were in, and decided to head there. By this time, we had briefly entered the city but hadn't gone deep into it. The streets were empty except for some tourists near the beach. I was so exhausted that I was even walking with my eyes closed. To reach our campsite, we had to take a small gravel path connected to one of the streets. As we arrived at the intersection that led to our intended campsite, a man suddenly emerged from the path we needed to take, which led right into the woods, and walked right past us. My friend, distracted by fatigue, walked past the intersection without noticing it. I quickly called out to him, pointing out that we needed to take that path. Just after I corrected my friend, I don't know why, but I glanced back and noticed the man standing in the middle of the road, motionless, staring at us. For a few seconds I looked at him, but it was pitch black, so I couldn't make out his features. I didn't think much of it and decided to continue walking. However, as soon as we entered the gravel path, we made a chilling discovery. The man was now following us, heading back from where he had just come. As we began to worry, all our exhaustion and pain vanished, along with the weight of our fully packed backpacks. While still walking down this dark path, we started discussing what to do rather loudly, not expecting him to understand our language since we weren't locals. After a brief discussion, we decided that jumping into the field next to the path was a better option than staying on the path or facing the man. So, after about 30 meters of walking along the path, we jumped into the field. The field was full of crops and difficult to wade through, including jumping over some kind of ditch in the middle of the field. But with adrenaline pumping, we barely noticed the discomfort and kept running as fast as we could with these huge backpacks. As soon as the man saw us move, he immediately turned back and returned to the road that we had just left. We quickly did the same, and with a head start, we managed to put some distance between us and him. Our shorts and shoes were wet. However, there was no time to care. The man was still following us. We rushed through the streets of the city, and as soon as we didn't see him anymore, we calmed down a bit. Still, fear kept us moving, trying to stay in the darkness so he couldn't see us. Walking past the gas station at the end of the city, which could be seen from the street where we had met the man, we continued and walked another 5 kilometers before finally setting up our tents, far away from where we had encountered the man. To this day, we have no idea if he was just a drunkard playing a twisted joke, or if he had more sinister intentions. And who knows what might have happened if it hadn't been for those pauses that we took. We might have been right on time to meet this mysterious man further down into the darkness of the woods. It was Christmas time. I was 14 years old. My family and I were going ice skating one evening. My family consisted of my 2 younger brothers, my mom, and my stepfather. I had invited my girlfriend to come with us, and we were just waiting on her to show up at our house so that we could leave. She eventually made it over, and we all piled into an SUV and headed downtown. The ice skating rink was packed, as it was only open at Christmas time, and it was 8 o'clock on a Saturday. After driving around the rink a few times, we found a parking spot. We all started walking over to it, and as we walked, I saw that all of the lights went off in the skating rink, and for about 1 minute, green and red black lights were lighting the whole place up. It was pretty cool, I thought, and I was looking forward to getting my skates on. They were serving hot cocoa right next door in a little booth. My little brothers wanted some, and so my parents jumped in line, while my girlfriend and I headed to the window where we could rent some ice skates. There was no line there, and we got our skates pretty quickly. We sat down on the bench near the window and put on our skates. My girlfriend had never been ice skating before, and she was a bit nervous. She was afraid she would fall, but I told her it's really not that difficult, and even if she did, it's not a big deal. We got to our feet with our skates now on and walked over to the skating rink. Before we stepped onto it, suddenly the lights switched to the dark green and red lights again. You could barely see when the lights switched, and people were running into each other all over the place. Some people were falling down. It was a cool idea to have the lights switch to green and red for the holiday, but whoever set the lights up made them way too dim. My girlfriend told me to wait for the lights to switch back on, and we did. A minute later, the normal lights popped back on, and we stepped onto the ice. My girlfriend skated awkwardly for a few minutes, but got the hang of it fairly quickly, and we were soon flying around the rink. After about 6 laps, the lights went out again, but this time, it seemed to me that it was even darker than before. My girlfriend grabbed my arm and clung to me as we tried not to run into anyone. As we skated in the near darkness now, she asked me, "It's getting darker, don't you think?" I agreed, and the lights popped back on again. We sighed with relief and continued skating. As we made our way around, we passed a man wearing a dark red trench coat that was about to step onto the ice. He had a dark red hood over his head, which covered most of his face. After noticing him, I looked around for my family and spotted them sitting down on the benches, drinking their hot cocoa. I looked over to my girlfriend who had broken away from my arm, and she looked nervous. I skated closer to her and asked her if she wanted to get off the ice. She said no, but that she was worried about when the lights flipped to the dark green and red again. She was worried that they would flip off completely and leave everyone in complete darkness. As if on cue, the lights switched off, and they switched off completely. My girlfriend gasped along with many other people around us. For the briefest of moments, everyone was quiet, and it was pitch black. It was an incredibly eerie feeling. Then suddenly, being on the ice with so many people, but feeling alone. Then suddenly, I heard a woman scream. Then I heard commotion. The woman's screams were silenced, and then I heard a man yell in a similar way, like they had just been really hurt by something. My girlfriend and I ran into a group of people, and we all collapsed onto the ice. She started calling my name, and I could hear the fear in her voice. People were falling all around us, and then I heard another woman scream. This scream was piercing, and I knew at that moment that something was very wrong. The woman continued to scream when I heard somebody else scream bloody murder. At this point, I could hear noises of frantic people falling, moving and screaming, trying to escape the ice rink. I tried to stand up, but was hit by people in all directions, and my hands were sliding across the ice as I crawled. It felt like razor blades. I was hyperventilating when suddenly I felt an extreme pain in the tip of my middle finger on my right hand. I realized that somebody had just skated over it. I stopped crawling and heard yet another ear-piercing scream of agony and terror. I started calling my girlfriend's name, but did not get a response. Somebody skated into me, their knee hitting my face hard. I fell flat onto the ice, and my breath was taken away when I felt random people topple on top of me. One person landing on my stomach. As they all tried to separate from each other and myself, I felt an ice skate slice my thigh. I started crawling again fast, and I could feel my finger pulsating as blood gushed from the wound. I hit a wall, and I remember feeling the tiniest relief. I called my girlfriend's name again, but once again, no response in the midst of screams and frantic mayhem. It sounded as if everyone was screaming now, and I thought that I might have a heart attack. I stuck to the side of the wall and attempted to stand up onto my skates again. I reached my feet and started coughing. I felt somebody clip my back as they skated by me. And then suddenly I felt pain. Pain in my back. Monumental pain. The worst pain I have ever felt. At first, I thought somebody had somehow cut my back with an ice skate, but I twisted my arm and reached around to my back to feel what it was. Somebody then crashed into me and I fell onto the ice once more. Tears poured from my eyes and screams erupted from all around me. I twisted my arm to reach my back again, and I felt it. Somebody had stabbed me. My breathing started to get heavy, and a full breath was difficult to achieve. The pain was growing more intense, and I felt panic set in, as it felt like the pain would not reach a stopping point, and would just increase and increase. Suddenly, I heard another scream very close. It was mine. My screams joined the rest, and I began sobbing in between screams. I started crawling once more, but I couldn't move as I did before. My muscles were becoming weaker, and I felt as if I were falling asleep. I moved slowly, and I could feel thick, syrupy liquid wherever I put my hands on the ice. It was warm. I knew it was blood. My blood. And I suddenly began coughing again, with no control, and didn't stop. I put my hand over my mouth and stopped crawling. I felt blood coming out of my throat as I coughed, and it started to block my nasal passage, and I could barely breathe. The screams were absolutely ear-shattering at this point. I lay on my back and started to shiver. After a few minutes, I felt people fall and trip over me once again, and I flipped over onto my stomach. After this, I looked up, and I could see small beams of light all over the place. And then, I heard people speak. It was the police, I thought to myself. They were running and tripping over people, trying to get people out, trying to help. I put my arm up and said the word, "Help." But nothing came out. I couldn't say it. I dropped my arm back to the ice, and I felt my eyes start to close. I cleared my throat, full of blood, and coughed it onto the ice. Everything at that moment went black.
I awoke in a hospital bed. 24 people were murdered on the ice skating rink that night. My girlfriend included.
During the summer of 1975, my grandfather worked at a car dealership as a mechanic in a major city on the West Coast. That was where my Aunt Cece got her first job as a receptionist for the dealership. They were from a small town out in the countryside, so she was excited to start work in the big city as Cece had just graduated high school and wanted to save up for an apartment. Despite the fact that she was in a major city, Cece's job was what you would expect working as a receptionist inside a car dealership. The immediate area was devoted to industry work and other car dealerships. It was, in effect, a social desert for a 17-year-old social butterfly like Cece. This was a blue-collar area that was predominantly men working hard, dirty jobs. Despite that, Cece enjoyed her work and the chance to carpool with her dad, and got along great with the staff with what my grandfather called the gift of gab. She could make friends with anybody. Now, as it was 1975, most transactions were done in cash, and as a result, paperwork and money deposits had to be done with daily trips to the bank. That task fell upon Cece as part of her duties, and she was entrusted with taking deposits to the bank, located within walking distance of her place of employment. As she worked in a successful car dealership, she could deliver thousands of dollars in cash per deposit. To put the money in perspective, $2,000 in 1975 is equal to well over $10,000 now. So here was Cece, a lone 17-year-old girl with a daily routine, walking from a popular car dealership to a bank with large sums of money at a somewhat isolated and rough neighborhood inside a major city. To say that her employer did not foresee an opportunity for disaster was naive on their part, and for my grandfather as well. All that I can say about that relaxed attitude was that the 70s was an entirely different world almost 50 years ago, and Cece was the one to pay the price. On that summer's day, the dealership had quite a few successful transactions that resulted in netting over $3,000. So with the paperwork done after lunchtime, Cece put the money into her purse and began the short walk to the bank. She was a few minutes into her journey when a rusty van screeched to a halt behind her. Before she could react, the sliding door opened and a man pulled her inside before she had a chance to do anything. The door slammed shut and the engine revved as they took off. And just like that, she was kidnapped. Inside the van were 5 rough-looking men in their mid to late 20s. The back seats had been taken out for a mattress and several pillows to convert it to a party van, as was typical for the time, as evidenced by the empty beer cans and bottles, as well as other paraphernalia. The men were laughing as they shoved Cece onto the mattress, commenting that they had wanted a pretty girl to join the party, and she had the misfortune to be that random girl in their path. They seemed either oblivious or uncaring that they had abducted a young woman off the streets against her will. Now, I don't need to emphasize how dangerous a situation Cece was in. She was fully aware that what was likely to happen to her, with 5 strangers taking her to God knows where. The men didn't look like college students and by appearance had a rough lifestyle. She also realized that they weren't aware of the money in her purse. These were men looking for a good time at the expense of preying on an innocent woman, not criminal masterminds who had cased her daily trip to the bank for a deposit. Regardless, her chances would likely plummet to 0 if they discovered the $3,000 hidden inside her purse. That much money might be too tempting a prize than to leave a witness behind. Cece then did what she was gifted with. She kept her cool and turned on the charm. She laughed along with the men, as if being held against her will was a joke, saying to the effect, You guys seem pretty cool. It's too bad I can't party with you as I'm expected back at work. I would hate for all of us to get in trouble as my boss will be mad if I'm not back soon. He'll definitely call the cops because of what's been happening lately. At this time, the then unidentified serial killer Ted Bundy was active on the West Coast, especially in that city. Cece and her sisters had even cut their hair short as a precaution because the girls targeted at the time all had long hair. Those murders were at the forefront of the public's minds, and Cece used that as leverage for her kidnappers to take her words seriously. It was enough to plant a seed of doubt in their minds, but it also showed that they never had good intentions, aside from the fact that they had abducted her, with the added risk of her being immediately missed and the cops quickly involved. Cece continued talking with the men as they mulled this information over while she downplayed her own fear. You guys really don't want to do this. My boss is really strict about my breaks, and we'll all get into trouble real soon. I don't think any of us want that. In the end, those terrible men decided that she wasn't worth the trouble. They pulled over near a grocery store and opened the door to let her out, and then quickly drove off. Cece, who still had her purse with the $3,000, ran into the store to call her dad. The cops were also involved, but without any identification or a license plate, the kidnappers were never caught, and no follow-up was ever made. In retrospect, Cece's kidnapping might not have been taken seriously by the police. This was 1975, literally just 1 year after American women were legally able to open their own credit cards in their own name without a male partner. So it's frustratingly likely that Cece's whole abduction was written off as some harmless joyride prank, and she was neither assaulted nor robbed. Hopefully those men thought better than to try again on another innocent bystander. But sadly, that might just be wishful thinking. I want to finish this story by stating that I love my Aunt Cece, and I'm so grateful that she is a part of my life. She is an incredibly brave woman who has had many adventures traveling all over the world doing photography and using her gift of gab to cultivate friendships that reach across cultures and language barriers. I'm glad that her narrow escape at being abducted as a teenager did not diminish her adventurous spirit, but instead taught her how to better survive in this dangerous world. She has many stories, but tells this one as a lesson in not getting too relaxed in daily routines, and in keeping emotions in check during scary situations. After all, she is certain that the outcome of her abduction would have ended badly for her if she had lost her cool, and those men discovered that payload inside her purse. I recently moved into a big house, just temporarily. It's kind of a complicated situation. The house belongs to a family member. They were going to be gone for a few months, that sort of thing. I was going to be there on my own, so obviously I thought, what if this place is haunted? There wasn't anything in the house when I moved in, but there is now. I was in the main hallway unpacking some stuff when the doorbell rang. That put me on edge right away, because the house is at the end of a long driveway and kind of out of the way. You have to go looking for it. There was an old woman at the door, or sort of old. It was kind of hard to tell. This was in broad daylight, but there was still something kind of off about her. She was really tall, like a full head taller than me, and there was something weird about the way she looked. It was like none of her clothes fit her properly. She shook my hand and smiled, really wide, and told me that she was from the neighborhood council or something, and asked if she could come in and talk to me. My gut reaction was to say no, but I couldn't really think of a reason to. She was just an old woman. What was she going to do? I really wish I had just slammed the door in her face.
I brought her into the living room, and she sort of tottered behind me, like her feet didn't fit into her shoes properly. She sat down without asking, and grinned at me until I took a seat across from her. For about half a minute, she didn't say anything, just smiled and stared at me while it got increasingly awkward. Just as I was about to break the silence, she fished into her pocket and pulled out this really big, old-fashioned candy, the type that comes in see-through wrapping.
"Here,"
she said.
"eat this."
I should probably point out here that she spoke really quietly, so it was difficult to hear anything she said. I accepted the candy, kind of taken aback, and unwrapped it. It was dark red, almost black. I popped it into my mouth because she was still grinning at me and nodding her head. Have you ever walked around behind a supermarket where they keep those big bins? They throw meat that's gone bad in those bins. Imagine that rancid smell, but on a hot summer day. It's so thick, you can almost feel it in the air. That is what this candy tasted like. I almost spit it out onto the floor, but social niceties made me chew the thing and force it down my throat. The woman was talking the whole time, but between the taste and her quiet voice, I barely heard her. My mouth tasted like rotten meat, so I politely told her I was going to get some water and walked fast into the kitchen. When I came back, she was gone. I had been in the kitchen for less than 30 seconds. My first reaction probably should have been to assume that she went to the bathroom or had to leave in a hurry. Instead, I searched the entire house. I went through every single room, convinced I was going to open a closet or look under a bed and see her stuffed in there grinning at me. That didn't happen, obviously, but I was still extremely on edge as the sun started to go down. I felt like I was turning off the light in my bedroom after spotting a giant spider in there. That night, I propped a chair against my bedroom door because I just couldn't shake the feeling that the woman was still in the house somewhere, hiding. I woke up at around 2:30 in the morning and heard creaking floorboards downstairs. It was an old house and unfamiliar. I kept telling myself that until the noises stopped. When I woke up the next morning, there was a red candy on the living room table. I'll tell you the same thing I told the police. No, I couldn't be absolutely certain that the candy wasn't there the day before. Maybe I had just overlooked it, but I didn't think so. They told me that the organization the woman claimed to come from did not actually exist, and clearly thought I was wasting their time. After they left, I searched the entire house again, and the grounds. Then, I searched them again. By the time I was finished, I had managed to calm down a bit and looked at the situation rationally. The woman probably left the candy there the previous day, and I just didn't notice. I had searched the whole house twice now. There was nowhere she could possibly be hiding. She was probably just some doddery old lady who wandered off while I was in the kitchen. As I prepared to go to bed, I had managed to fully delude myself into thinking nothing strange was going on. I decided not to do anything childish like blocking my door. Because what was I afraid of? Even if she somehow was still inside the house somewhere, what was she going to do? At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly, knowing in the back of my mind that something was wrong. I guess I must have heard something in my sleep. I turned over onto my side and reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, groping around because I was in an unfamiliar room. When the light came on, I saw the old woman standing right next to my bed. I only got the briefest glimpse of her before she vanished into the unlit hallway outside my door. I now believe that the human brain has a special compartment for dealing with experiences far outside the realm of the natural. If I had woken up to find a burglar in my room, I probably would have gone numb with panic. If there was a lion at the foot of my bed, I would have been too paralyzed with fear to do anything. But as soon as the woman was gone, that special compartment took over. I jumped out of bed and slammed the door shut, and then shoved a chair up against the handle. Then I dashed for my phone. No signal. No internet. I later found out there was nothing wrong with the phone or the local service. I think she was interfering with it somehow. The drop from the bedroom window wasn't too high. If I landed just right, I would probably avoid injury. But what if I sprained my ankle or broke my leg? I had a sudden vision of pulling myself across the dark garden while the woman sprinted after me, and decided I didn't want to risk it. That gave me two options: wait out the night in my bedroom, or try to get out of the house now. I went for the second option. I had a thought that my flimsy barricade would not hold if the woman decided she wanted back in. I broke one of the chair legs off and crept slowly into the hallway, reaching carefully for the light switch. When I pressed it, the lights came on for a second and then faded out. I flicked the switch a few more times. Nothing. Some gut instinct told me she was sabotaging them somehow. I used my phone for light as I slowly, quietly crept along the upstairs hallway and down the stairs. The light barely traced the shapes of the walls and the dark, yawning frames of open doorways. I jumped at every single shadow and unidentifiable shape, certain that any second that grinning face would appear out of the shadows. I got downstairs into the front door. I had double locked it and put the chain in place. Just as I was reaching for the first lock, I heard rapid, uneven footsteps at the top of the stairs, approaching swiftly. I undid the first lock. A high-pitched shriek came from the hallway down the stairs, and I screamed as I undid the second lock and wrenched the door open. It stuck fast. I had forgotten the chain. I glanced behind me and saw the tall, spindly shape of the woman half running, half falling down the stairs toward me, her head lolling backward, and her mouth hanging open. I can't even remember getting the chain off. I might actually have just yanked the door open so hard that it broke. In any case, the last I saw of the woman was her face, inches away from me, as I slammed the door shut. I sprinted to the nearest house, and they called the police, possibly because I was half delirious with fear and babbling incoherently. The police once again failed to find anything unusual. It's been a week. I'm staying at a friend's place, sleeping with the lights on and the bedroom door barricaded. The house's real owners aren't back yet. I'm not sure what I'm gonna tell them, but I have to stop them from going back there. Somehow. This isn't a haunting. It's an infestation. I can't stop thinking about all the holes in our defenses. The windows and doors left open. The strangers invited into our living rooms. I just hope it's the house that she wanted, and not me.
When I look back at my younger years from around the age of 9, all I can picture is the holiday home that we visited and what happened there. The location that we stayed in was a frequent choice for us, with about 3 or 4 visits in the past. Each time we visited, we had consistently positive experiences. It was located in a remote area about 30 minutes away from everything, and there wasn't a phone signal for at least 3 miles. The memory of that night still haunts me, even now as a 28-year-old man. I frequently attend therapy sessions to address my anxiety about that night. So let me take you back to the winter of 1996. After a long and challenging drive through harsh weather and treacherous terrain, my family and I finally arrived at our cabin in the dead of the night. The cozy little house we were staying in was a charming 2-bedroom cabin nestled within nature. The kitchen was small but functional, and the living room was even tinier, giving it a snug and intimate feel. As my father prepared wood for the campfire, and my mother lovingly tucked me and my sister, who was 7 at the time, into bed, a sudden loud bang on the door startled us all. My father cautiously peered through the keyhole, only to find no one on the other side. He bravely opened the door to investigate, but the surrounding area appeared empty, leaving all of us puzzled and a little uneasy. At first, we thought the incident was just an animal running into the door, but I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. That night, I was terrified thinking about someone outside in the dark, creeping around our house. Despite my fear, I eventually fell asleep, but it was restless. A few days passed, and little happened, apart from a few strange sounds coming from outside every now and then, and the odd stuttering of the lights. Everything was going smoothly, and our trip appeared to be rather ordinary. That was until we saw him. I couldn't accurately make it out in the dark, but from what I could see, there was a slender, lanky man peering down through the window. His skin was gray. His eyes were jet black, and he had a massive, gaping grin stretching across his face. Everyone fell silent. We were all just staring directly at the window, petrified and helpless. The silence was broken by a blood-curdling scream from outside, which was shortly followed by the disappearance of the creature at the window. I don't know what it was or who it was, but I sure as hell didn't want to wait to find out. The car was parked about 5 seconds away from the door, so this would have taken us around 10 seconds to sprint over there, open the doors, turn the key, and drive away. My father instantly sprung into action, grabbing the double-barrel weapon our family kept for emergencies and smashing through the front door. He stared down the sight, watching as whatever it was dashed towards him and shot 2 slugs directly into the chest of the beast. Within a split second, we all sprinted outside and into the car as we watched whatever it was lay on the floor. As soon as my father started the ignition, we were out of there, as if a bullet leaving a rifle. We never went back to that place, and I hope no one else did either. I don't know what I saw that night, but what I do know is that if my father hadn't made that split-second decision, my whole family may have ended up dead. Around the ages of 12 and 14, I would often sleep in my older brother's room. I would set up my blanket and pillow on the floor next to his bed, and we would talk about dreams and nightmares we had had, fictitious scenarios, and other random topics that I have no recollection of now. But after the conversation and laughter would end, I had to deal with the part I dreaded most about sleeping in his room: the awful silence and the oppressive darkness all around me. I could have sworn I would experience something paranormal almost every night in that room, whether it was lingering shadows that I may have very well been imagining, strange noises, or the time I felt an all too real sensation of something gripping my blanket. That happened while we were still awake, and I remember rushing my brother to turn the light on while I lay there in absolute terror. However, in typical paranormal fashion, nothing was there. But this one experience I had in that room still freaks me out to this day. One day, as I usually did, I decided to sleep in his room. The only thing I did differently that night was set up my sleeping space on his recliner. We talked for a few hours past midnight, and finally, we fell asleep. Or rather, he fell asleep. To tell the truth, I was stuck in my usual state of impending doom. But this time, I think my fear was justified. While I lay there, reclined with my arms on the armrests, trying my hardest to fall asleep, I heard the worst thing my younger self could ever hear. Scratching on the back of the chair. My eyes immediately darted to my brother's bed, wanting to call out to him for help, to get whatever this thing was behind the chair to leave. But nothing came out of my mouth. I lay there motionless and unable to speak, my heart pounding so hard that I could feel it in my wrists. The scratching persisted, slow and sinister. My young mind imagined a horrifying dark creature with gray hands and long black fingernails, crouched behind the chair, purposely trying to scare me. But another, more logical part of my mind wondered if it was possibly a rat or some fabric in the back of the chair ripping. But none of that made sense. The scratching was too slow and controlled to be an animal or something tearing. I ended up not saying anything and just waited for the scratching to stop. Eventually, after what seemed like forever, it did. But I knew better than to stay in that awful room, straight out of a horror film. So I went back to my room. When I told everyone about the incident in the morning, I got a bunch of comments like, "That's creepy," or "That's weird," until it was brushed off. My brother never minded hearing things in his room. One time he heard an object fall off his windowsill in the middle of the night, and instead of getting freaked out like a normal person, he just thought, well, whatever, and went back to sleep. Now, I am not that type of person. Every paranormal experience I've had in that house is probably going to stay ingrained in my mind for the rest of my life. Walking to your mailbox to get the mail and mowing your lawn are normal, trivial tasks that no one thinks much about. But when someone is watching you do those things, it's a different story. For as long as my dad could remember living there, every time he went outside to cut the grass or do any other task, she would be watching him from across the street, in the scorching Texas heat, out there in her nightgown. No shade, no drink, just sitting there. Her borderline emaciated figure and lack of expression stood out as concerning to my dad, and most times when he saw her, he would wave. But she never waved back. My mom said that when she would wave at the old woman, it would be returned, but for some reason, she never acknowledged my dad. One day, while my dad was sitting on the porch having a drink with his friend, the woman was there, quiet and motionless. A guy who lived with her returned home from work and was assumed to be her son. Tom parked his car in the driveway, got out and walked right past her. What a jerk, my dad thought. He didn't even say hi to her or offer to bring her a drink or help her inside. He and his friend continued their conversation, and about 10 minutes later, Tom walked back outside. "Hey man, do you want a beer?" my dad called out. He knew Tom, and though he was frustrated with his actions, or lack thereof, toward his mother, he thought he would invite him over and possibly ask him about her. Tom said yes and walked across the street to join them. After they chatted and got comfortable, my dad decided to bring it up. "Is that your mom who sits in the chair outside?" Tom looked confused. What do you mean? The old woman who sits in that chair every day, my dad said, waiting for him to catch on. But he didn't. My dad then went on to describe her appearance and informed Tom that he had been seeing her daily. It was difficult to tell whether Tom was shocked, sad, or scared. He then went on to tell my dad that his mom had passed away a few years ago and used to live in that house. The chair my dad said he saw her sitting in was her favorite chair. Tom brought my dad across the street to tell his girlfriend about what he had seen, and she was equally baffled. But it gave them comfort knowing that their mother was still there with them. Ghosts and demons weren't of any interest to my dad back in the day. He never believed in them. He thought any sightings of ghosts could be explained by logic and reason, and that the people telling the stories were just straight up lying, probably for attention. But this was one of the experiences that made him question what he believed and ponder the possibility of the spiritual realm of good and evil. This story happened over the summer. I had started seeing this guy I met through mutual friends, and we had been hitting it off for a while. I won't say exactly where for privacy, but one of our first dates was a late-night drive to a popular lake area in the Roaring Fork Valley of Colorado. The first night we went, we enjoyed some green and spent time chatting under the moonlight. A night full of romance, conversation, and a little bit of passion after we left and went back to my place to watch Hulu. He and I both have busy schedules, but we had another whirlwind date to the same area about 3 weeks later. The moon wasn't quite full, but that didn't stop us from enjoying each other's company. Now, for a bit of layout of the land. This lake and park area has 2 places where folks can park vehicles. One where you can pay a sum of money to park while you enjoy the lake, or a dirt track where folks usually go hiking. We were parked in my car on this dirt lot trail both times. The second time we pulled up, there was another car parked there. It was past midnight, and we assumed that whoever was in the other car was likely doing what we were, as well as what we were about to start doing. We got out, smoked a little, and even though I was having a good time, something felt off. You know that feeling that someone's watching you? Amplify that by 5, and that's what I was feeling. I figured it was a mixture of exhaustion and the few hits off the joint made me feel a little jumpy, so I didn't pay much attention to that feeling. But I did keep in mind to be aware of my surroundings. After smoking, we climbed into my back seat and started cuddling and kissing. I had the car running with the headlights on, and just because I was feeling a little anxious, I had the doors locked too. As my date and I started getting a little hot and heavy, he began to lay me down on my back in the passenger seat. As our lips broke apart for a second, I glanced out the windshield quickly, and my blood ran cold. I saw something dart behind a tree that was lit by my headlights. I froze for a second, and after a pause, I saw something that has been seared in my mind permanently. There was a shirtless old man wearing torn-up overalls with a scraggly beard peeking out from behind that tree, almost like a kid peeking around a corner during a game of hide-and-seek. It was almost as if he knew I saw him, because he quickly darted back behind the tree. But I could still see the side of his leg from where I was positioned. My date was still kissing my neck, and his head began to move back to my lips. But I stopped him and whispered, trying to remain as calm as possible, with the adrenaline rushing through me. I wish I was making this up, but we have to go right now. There's a man behind that tree right there. I motioned slowly with my head to where I had seen the man. I don't know how long he's been there. I don't want to find out. My date quickly darted his head to the side and whisper shouted, "No way." I instructed him to follow my lead. Since we had locked the car, I didn't want to exit the vehicle after seeing what I had seen. As carefully as I could, I sort of spider crawled over to my center console and settled into the seat. My date followed suit, accidentally bumping my head with his knee in the process. I began the process of trying to get the car out of that bumpy dirt lot as quickly as possible without bottoming out the car. I white-knuckled the steering wheel for the 5-mile drive back into town. As soon as I was far enough away to finally process what had happened, I became nauseous from the fear. I also began to shake, and my date, being the absolute gentleman he is, calmly asked me to pull over so that he could drive us back to my place safely. As soon as we entered the doors of my home, we began a debrief on what we possibly saw. At first, I thought of the first logical explanation: the other car that was there. Maybe the owner had to step out to relieve himself or something. But this was past midnight in Colorado, in the mountains. Despite it being summer, those mountains still get pretty chilly at night. And it was definitely cold. Why would he be shirtless? And why did he dart behind the tree, only to peek out and watch for as long as he did, and then dart back behind it? Was he watching us? Who was he? My date from that night and I have still been going pretty steady, and we still try to figure out what it possibly could have been, even 3 months later. If you're going for late night drives where you park, please make sure you never go alone. Make sure someone has your location, and always, and I really do mean always, be aware of your surroundings. I have lived in Colorado for the majority of my life, encountering bears, mountain lions, and coyotes. Heck, I was even chased by a bull when I was a teenager. But none of those encounters compare to the sheer terror I felt seeing that man after midnight. During the summer of 2012, I, a 9-year-old boy, was playing with my friends at my local park. Being young and oblivious, I didn't really notice anything unusual at first. I kept playing until I noticed my best friend, who was 1 year older than me and someone I looked up to, staring at the tree line with a pale, wide-eyed look of sheer terror. He couldn't tear his gaze away from it. Curious and fearful about what could have caused such an intense reaction from someone I knew to be so fearless, I followed his eyes and tried to catch his gaze. As I looked over at the tree line, I slowly began to see a woman. Her features were hard to make out as the sun was shining directly behind the trees, blinding me. But even with that, I could see the way she was standing was surreal. Her feet were crouched on the ground, and she had her hands pressed against her eyebrows, like she was trying to make binoculars with her hands. Peculiar as it was, my friend and I decided to brush it off and continue playing. At our young ages, we weren't really aware of the dangers of the world, and were more focused on enjoying our time together before summer ended. A few hours later, around 10 or 11 p.m., I was lying in my bed when I heard an eerie sound coming from my window. It wasn't the usual scraping sound of keys on glass, but rather something like sharp nails dragging back and forth across the window pane. To understand how strange this was, you need to know that my room was on the 2nd floor, and my window was positioned high up, about 16 to 18 feet off the ground. It was not a low-hanging window. It was placed at the top of the room to my right. So, when I decided to push past my fear and investigate the sound, I stood on top of my bed and peeked out the window. To my absolute horror, I saw the same woman from the park. Even though I hadn't had a chance to get a good look at her features before, it was unmistakably her. Her unique posture and physique made it clear. She was gripping my windowsill with her hands, her cold, dead eyes staring directly at me. We locked eyes for what felt like 5 minutes, but in reality, it was probably only 5 seconds. Then, to my horror, the woman broke the silence by scraping the window. not with her nails, but by opening her mouth so wide I could see the back of her throat. She then pressed her teeth to the window pane and bit down, as if trying to chew through it. At that moment, to my absolute shock, the woman began to bang her head against the glass, over and over again. That was all I needed to snap me out of my frozen terror. I bolted out of my room and ran straight to my parents' room. As soon as I told my dad what I had seen, he sprang out of bed, grabbed a weapon from his nightstand, while my mom called the police. My parents and I waited anxiously for the police, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived. They searched the house and found nothing, except for the broken glass on the floor of my bedroom. They were as confused as we were. There were no traces of how anyone could have climbed that high, and no footprints or evidence were found anywhere around the house. After that, my parents didn't allow me outside without a guardian. Security cameras and an electric fence were installed around our property. To this day, my only question is, how could have someone climbed that high and left no evidence whatsoever in such a short span of time? I have had nightmares for as long as I can remember. It started with recurring dreams about friendly childhood figures like Snuffleupagus chasing me and devouring me, and progressed to more realistic scenarios, such as being shot as I got older. I'm not bothered by my nightmares anymore. I have unfortunately grown quite accustomed to them. However, there is one nightmare that has stuck with me for years, and it was unlike any other scary dream I have had. Let me preface this by saying I had recently visited the Museum of Shadows, a museum near my hometown that showcases supposedly haunted artifacts from around the world. I consider myself a bit of a skeptic when it comes to ghosts, but I don't limit myself to what could possibly exist and what could not. Growing up in a religious household, I was raised in a family that strongly believed in demons and possession. I still admittedly believe in such things, which may have influenced the experience I am about to tell you, but I still don't know if it was purely psychological. In the museum, there's a basement filled with demonic objects, items that allegedly contain spirits that have harmed people. Being someone who loves thrills, I excitedly explored this section, reading the stories and seeing the things that supposedly caused so much harm that a jar of holy water is kept at the entrance to bless those who enter and protect them. I had rented one of those ghost detectors that beeps when there's a fluctuation in energy, which is often associated with ghosts. I wasn't getting any response from my device, and when I did, it was usually because I was pointing it at spots where electrical wires ran. However, when I stood in the center of the basement, where no walls or electrical wires were present, I suddenly got a large response from the ghost detector. I looked around to see what could be causing it, holding the device up, down, and side to side, checking for possible energy fluctuations. I was then surrounded by a cold air that gave me goosebumps. I looked up, expecting to see an air vent, but there was none. I stepped out of this one spot and immediately felt fine. Experimentally, I held my hand out to see if the cold was contained to that spot, and to my surprise, it was. I looked down at the ground and suddenly noticed that the spot I was standing on was marked with an X in duct tape. After finishing up my museum experience, I decided to ask the curator about the X on the floor to see what it meant. "Oh," she said, "this building is very old. There might have been some tragic incidents long before we moved in here. We mark areas like that to show where someone has died, according to the history of the building." I was in disbelief and a bit shocked. I did feel like it was a gimmick, and I was unamused by this fact. I thanked the curator for her explanation and left. That night, as I was about to sleep, I started thinking about my experience again.
Had I really encountered a ghost? A demon? Or was it all circumstantial and psychological? I slept on it, trying to ignore the unease I felt. When I finally fell asleep, I woke up in my dark room. Confused, I looked around, wondering why the night had felt so short. As a lucid dreamer, I preferred my usual checks around the room to see if there were any abnormalities that could confirm whether I was asleep or not. While I was performing my look around, I felt a shift on the side of my bed, like a sudden pressure being applied. I snapped my head to the side, and there, crouching by my bed, was a decrepit lady. Her bony hands were pressing into my mattress. Her eyes were large and pure white, her mouth locked in a grotesque grin with missing teeth. Her hair was dark, scraggly, and falling out. Her skin was wrinkled, almost corpse-like, and devoid of color. She knelt beside me, frozen in place, her hollow eyes seemingly staring right through me.
Count my fingers,
she croaked in a voice that was a strange mix of a whisper and a groan. Terrified and confused, I looked down at her fingers. Against my will, my index finger began to touch each one of her cold, skeletal fingers, and I counted aloud how many she had. 1, 2, 3. But she didn't have 10 fingers. 3, I said, my voice shaky. You have 3 fingers. With alarming speed, she whipped her hands behind her, hiding them from view, before rapidly returning them to the bed. This time, more fingers were placed on the mattress, but not all of them were hers. Some of the fingers looked like they had been taken from another person's body. I couldn't tell. I started counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the corner of my vision, I saw her pluck one of the fingers off the bed and hide it behind her back as if to trick me. I said nothing and continued counting. 5, 6, 7, including the one she had hidden behind her back, without touching it. Her face twisted into a horrifying frown, her mouth opening wide, and she moved again, hiding her hands as she shifted her fingers around. Then she placed a large sum of fingers on the bed. Her grin returned.
count my fingers,
she rasped. I started counting again, but now she was removing fingers left and right, trying to get me to mess up just once. I still have no clue what her plan was, or who or what she is, and I have no idea what would happen if I miscounted. 13, 14, 15. I paused. As I went to place my finger on the 16th finger, she pulled it away before I could touch it. Out of sheer panic, I blurted, 17. I said the wrong number. Her eyes widened with a hunger that reminded me of a starving man looking at a hot meal. Her grin stretched wider, if that was even possible. Slowly, she lowered herself from her crouching position until she was no longer visible, all the while maintaining direct eye contact with me. I jolted up, wide-eyed, looking around my room. I heard skittering noises. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything. My hands fumbled around the nightstand as I grabbed the Xbox controller I kept there, in case I needed to throw something. It felt solid, real in my hands. Too real to be a dream. Suddenly, I felt her jump out onto the foot of my bed. She began crawling toward me at a terrifying pace. I was then startled awake, sitting up as fast as I could. My room was dark, and it looked exactly the same as it had in my nightmare. I felt insane. There was no way that had been real. I pinched my arm. I was for sure awake this time, but in my left hand, I still gripped the black Xbox controller. I couldn't explain it. I am not someone who sleepwalks or does things like this in my sleep. My only conclusion was that it was a very vivid dream. But her face still haunts me, and I can't help but wonder, did a demon attach itself to me that night? To provide some context, I was in my senior year of college. It was a bit stressful all around. In order to make some extra cash to fund my thesis project, I decided to pick up a job at a nationwide retailer that sold scented products, shower gels, candles, lotions, etc. What was nice about this job was that I was able to quickly move up from sales associate to key holder, essentially a manager on duty, within the year. This story takes place shortly after that promotion. Another thing to note is that the mall where I worked was an outdoor mall. In order for employees to run trash or shipments, every store had a back door that led to a private hallway, which then led to the outside. This way, we didn't have to worry about customers, and it provided a quick path to wherever we needed to go. So, with that in mind, this was one of the first nights I was not only in charge of the store, as the manager on duty, but I also had to close up, including balancing the tills, preparing the store for tomorrow, etc. My other closer had left at 9:30 p.m., and I was finishing up balancing the tills, checking all the numbers and counting the cash. Since we were closed and the doors were locked, I had my own music playing softly from my phone because our stereo system had broken earlier that day. As I was walking back with the money from the till to the safe, I began to hear a banging sound coming from our back door, the one that only employees use, which customers don't know about. At first, I figured it was someone from another store, probably trying to get in after closing time. I thought that they would stop once they saw the label on the door indicating it was our store and not theirs. Nope. The banging kept going for a good 5 minutes. At first, I didn't think much of it, but when I looked through the peephole, I saw nothing. And yet the banging continued. Then, I started hearing a voice from the other side of the door. "Let me in! Let me in!" It grew more and more annoyed with each repetition. Since I was the only one in the store, and I knew for sure it wasn't the coworker who had closed, I began to do what any 21-year-old would do. Panic. Should I call my store manager? It was 10 p.m. at night, and she worked the day shift. She was probably already in bed. Should I call the assistant store manager? Unlikely. She wasn't fond of me, and I doubted that she would answer. Should I call the store supervisor? A friend of mine? Yes. So I gave her a call, praying that she would pick up. She didn't. I called her 2 more times, hoping she would answer. But nothing. I realized I still had to finish any remaining closing duties. Leave, lock the store, and walk outside in the dark to my car in the Kohl's parking lot. About a 5-minute walk. Normally I wouldn't have cared, but not tonight. When the banging finally stopped, I poked my head out the back door to find no one. Nobody was there. I started to wonder if all the stress from college had been messing with my mind. Since the person hadn't gotten into the store and I wasn't hurt, and it seemed like he was gone, I figured calling the cops wouldn't do much. I did, however, call security to ask for an escort to my car that night, which was a bit of a relief. Fast forward to the next day. I'm telling my coworkers about my creepy closing the previous night, and we are all speculating about what it could have been. Homeless person, drunk guy, etc. Just then, a man in a repairman type uniform walks into our store asking for our boss. I go to get her, and he proceeds to tell her that he's here to fix our stereo. Great. He also mentions offhand that he tried to stop by the day before, but he couldn't get in. At first, I thought, oh, that makes sense.
He wanted to fix it while the store was closed, and there were no customers, so nothing could be disturbed. But here's the thing. I had worked the previous day. I never saw anyone come by to fix anything. And the man talking to us that day had a completely different voice from the guy I heard in the back hallway last night. So there's no way it could have been him trying to fix the stereo the day before. He said that he was the only one scheduled to work on our store, so it wasn't like it was a coworker of his. That's when it hit me. Who was trying to get into my store last night? I never did find out. I'm a 21-year-old female, and this happened when I was around 14. I wish I had sent this story in shortly after it happened, so I could remember all the details more vividly, but I'll recount it the best I can. My best friend at the time, Courtney, and I were very into the world of the paranormal and all things spooky. We used to make Ouija boards out of paper, take them to our local park and graveyard, and play with them frequently. There are many stories I could tell about what happened during those sessions, but I'll save that for another time. Now, I am a firm believer that if you're calling out to the spirit realm, even just in your bedroom during the daytime, you're always leaving a door open, and anything could come through. I think that's what happened in our case, as we used to call out to things often, not just with the Ouija board. For some context, let me tell you about some other things that happened around that time. Courtney and I would have frequent sleepovers where we would watch movies, eat snacks, and just hang out. Nothing out of the ordinary would happen until we woke up in the morning. We used to top and tail in a single bed. For those unfamiliar with the term, it's when two people sleep in the same bed, but with their heads on opposite ends. I have always been a super light sleeper when sharing a bed with someone. This is something that has continued into my adult life, so every little move Courtney made, I could feel, and it would wake me up briefly. After we had eaten all of our snacks and watched some movies, we would get pretty tired and decide to call it a night. As you can imagine, we would leave behind bowls, cups, and other things that we would clean up in the morning. But when we woke up, everything in the room would be in places that we hadn't left them. I remember one time I had placed both of my TV remotes on my desk chair after turning the TV off, and the large popcorn bowl we had been using was on my desk, along with the glasses that we had been drinking from. But when we woke up, both TV remotes, along with the popcorn bowl, were on the bed between us, and the glasses had been moved to my bedside table. We have both sworn to this day that neither of us moved anything around. This happened so frequently that it got to the point where we had to take pictures of the room before and after we went to sleep to see if anything had moved. I should mention that my house isn't haunted, and this happened both at my place and at hers when we stayed over at each other's houses. Neither of us have ever been sleepwalkers, so the whole thing was just bizarre. Another thing that happened during one of our sleepovers was that we had just woken up in the morning. By this point, Courtney had been sleeping on a mattress on the floor to give us more space. I was lying on my bed, and she was on the floor. Suddenly, I felt a very distinct single fingertip harshly poke me on my spine. It was so hard that it made me jolt and startle verbally. You know that feeling when someone comes up behind you and pokes their fingers into the sides of your waist to tickle you? It felt just like that. I laughed at first because I 100% assumed it was Courtney. But when I saw her very confused expression when I asked if it was her, she swore she didn't do it. By this point, I had been friends with her for 3 or 4 years, and I knew when she was lying. I knew she was serious, and I was freaked out, to say the least. Now, this last experience is the one I'm recounting in this post, and it's by far the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me. I still can't explain it to this day. Courtney and I had agreed to have yet another sleepover. This time, though, her little sisters weren't home for the weekend, so we could use their bunk beds for the night, which was the first time we had ever done this. I should mention that around this time, we would often get boys' phone numbers and message them during our sleepovers, like most teenage girls do. We grabbed our snacks from the store and made it back to Courtney's place. We decided to chill out for a bit in her sister's room since that's where we would be spending the night. We were both sitting on the bottom bunk when we got a message on Courtney's phone from an unknown number that simply said, "Hey." We looked at each other confused and asked, "Who's this?" The reply was the same. "Who is this?" At first, we assumed it was a boy or someone from our school trying to mess with us. But the messages started getting stranger. They started saying things like, "I know you." And again, we assumed it was someone messing with us. We played along, amused, and replied, "Okay, if you know me, what's my name?" The reply came back, "Courtney." At this point, we didn't think it was that strange. Maybe it was someone who knew us. But then it got creepier. The text started saying things like, "I see you," and "I can see you right now." We got a little freaked out, but we continued playing along, thinking it was still a prank. Courtney replied, "If you can see me, then what am I doing right now?" The response, "Sitting on your sister's bed." That's when our blood ran cold. How? We both looked out the window to see if we could spot anyone, but we saw nothing. We decided to shut the curtains just in case. The messages kept getting creepier, saying things like, "I know everything about you." At this point, we were getting really freaked out. We decided to ask something no one would know. Something Courtney did not tell people, just to rule out the possibility of a prank. No one knew her middle name. And that's when she asked, "What's my middle name?" The reply, "CBN." We were confused for a moment until my blood ran cold again. Those were Courtney's initials, her first, middle, and last name. I remember we asked the number, "Where are you?" It replied, "In the walls," which freaked us out even more. There were other creepy things the messages said, but those are the details I remember most vividly. We were pretty freaked out at this point, so we began cross-checking all the numbers I had in my phone against this one texting Courtney. After a while, we found a match. It was Courtney's own phone number sending the messages. We checked a dozen times just to make sure we weren't going crazy, but it was definitely her number. The messages stopped after about an hour, and it began responding the way it normally does when you text your own number. We sent "Hi" and got a reply. "Hi." We sent "How are you?" and got the reply, "How are you?" and so on. I have tried to search online to see if anyone has had an experience like this, but I have found nothing. All I have come across is stuff about people being able to hack your own number and send messages from it. But even then, you usually get spam text about bills or someone has used your credit card. And even if it was some weird hacker, how did they know where we were, what we were wearing, and everything else about us? The whole thing was just incredibly creepy. I am still searching for an explanation. My grandma was a simple woman, a firm yet kind mother, a nurturing gardener, a passionate baker, and above all, a devout Christian. Her identity revolved entirely around her faith. Even her sense of humor was so plain that the plainness itself was what made her funny. We had all had our quarrels with her over staunch religiousness, but beneath it all, we knew she cared so much. She just couldn't bear the thought of our poor souls being damned. That was the world she lived in, but she was a loving grandma. When I was young and sleeping at her house, I often was too scared to sleep alone. I would come to her bed and tell her that I was too scared. I was always terrified of being alone in the dark. She had this Bible verse she would sing, "Do not fear, for I am with you." Isaiah 41:10. She would wag her finger before tapping my heart to relay that God would always be with me. Thanks a lot, Grandma. She would always sing Bible verses to us instead of sharing her own thoughts. This one stuck with me, though. Whether it actually made me feel better or I just realized that was all Grandma was going to do when I came to her scared, I always went back to bed and eventually fell asleep. Sadly, when I was 16, she passed away. After the funeral, my extended family gathered at her house for a long get-together since we hardly saw each other. Being one of the oldest kids, I found my place entertaining my younger cousins, some of whom I had only seen a few times in my life. We decided to play hide and seek, and after being the designated seeker 5 or so times, I said that it was their turn to find me. I snuck into her basement, which was cluttered with things she had kept over the years. There was a bed frame and mattress springs leaning against one of the walls, with various frames, paintings, and other items stuffed between and around it. So I crawled underneath it. It was dusty and filled with cobwebs, but I knew the kids wouldn't find me so easily. The basement had one light, and it was underground with no windows. No one really came down here other than to grab a soda or ice cream from the extra refrigerator. So there I am, hiding in old cobwebs, hearing my little cousins stomp around looking for me. They came down to the basement to look around, and then sped off somewhere else. After a while, I started to move out a little, and the bed frame shifted, pinning me against the concrete wall a bit. I start working my way out, but my feet are stuck in an awkward position that I can't do anything about. Just when I'm halfway emerged, someone opens the door, and I realize the kids have now found me and the game's over. Oh well, I'm ready to come out anyway, I think. But then, the light goes out and the door shuts. One of the grown-ups must have figured the kids were finished playing in the basement and didn't want them down there anymore, so they turned off the light and shut the door. Now it's pitch black. I am cramped against this wall. I am not okay with this. I start struggling to move out of the way, and panic starts to set in. I shout, "Hey, I'm down here!" But no one can hear me. It was only probably 10 seconds of panicking in the darkness, and then I heard it. "Do not fear, for I am with you." Isaiah 41:10. My blood freezes. I can't breathe. I know what I heard, and I know whose voice I heard it. I stood in absolute bewilderment, with the lower half of my body still pinned under the bed frame. Grandma? Silence. Only the silence that follows after you hear the words of your dead grandma while you're trapped in a pitch black room blares in your head. Alarm bells ringing. I panic. I start shouting and shoving my way through the debris when suddenly the door opens and the light flips on. Little careful footsteps inch down the stairs. "Found you!" It was one of the littlest of my cousins, my niece Sarah, only about 4 or 5 years old. Sweating, I relent. "Oh, God, you sure did. Great job. Now let's get out of here." I start up the stairs, but she's at the bottom, staring into the cluttered room. I admit, I was eager to forget what had just happened down there, but as if that were ever possible, it was about to be firmly cemented into my memory. "Come on, Sarah, let's go upstairs," I said in my best sweet uncle voice. Still looking into the dark corner of the basement, she started waving her hand. "Bye-bye, I love you too, Grandma." My breath was pulled from my lungs. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and little Sarah, just carefully crawled back up the stairs on all fours, like kids do. I took a moment, drew in one last breath of the dusty basement air, and said, "Goodbye, Grandma," before I followed her up the stairs. Since then, I have wondered why only little Sarah came down to get me and no one followed her. I have theorized maybe Grandma led her into the basement. I could have hurt myself in the dark down there. I think Grandma would have been worried. It's funny. That Bible verse used to be what she would tell me so I wouldn't be scared. And it ended up being the single most terrifying thing that I've ever heard. Well, thanks for trying, Grandma. I love you too. My family is from the rural townships of Ayrshire in western Scotland. My grandfather moved his family to Ontario, Canada in the mid-1960s when my mother was only a baby. I was born and raised here, and my mother often took my brother and me to visit our family overseas, to enjoy the ancient landscapes and rugged coastlines of our ancestral lands that our family had been immersed in for centuries, if not millennia. I fell in love with the whole thing. The folklore, the old traditions, the cultural differences, and the connection to familial history that we lacked back home. I had been brought up alongside folk tales and retellings of old kings, fairies, and spirits roaming the desolate fields and peat bogs of my ancestral homelands from a young age. For the most part, I took comfort in it. The far-fetched and fantastical mythology in familiar settings echoed a connection to a timeless past that I have always found to be something of a powerful emotional bond, something I could always count on in my darkest hours and my fondest daydreams. I always had a pretty wild imagination. At the best of times, I was prone to all sorts of bursts of creative inspiration, music, drawing, painting, and making up little games in my head. At the worst of times, I could be plagued with nightmares and anxieties about waking life. I was afraid of the hazards of the outside world, seen or unseen. What could go wrong? What I didn't know. And in particular, especially as the light scattered in the dimming of twilight and led into the dead of night, I was afraid of ghosts. In a sense, I did it to myself. I really enjoyed ghost stories, folk tales, and the like. Anything old, really. But with my overactive imagination, such a young and fearful demeanor, I would frequently spook myself. I often found myself dreading the turning of a dark corner at night, or feeling as though I was being watched through the cracks of the blinds that didn't quite cover my windows. At night, before bed, I would watch television programs about ghost stories and unexplainable accounts of all manner of paranormal activities. Of course, being from the background I was, my favorite stories were about old buildings, castles, and the hidden catacombs of Britain and Europe. Anything that seemed outlandish was right at home amidst the late-night glow of the box TV in the living room, while I sat there snacking until the very last minute I could get away with before being ushered up to my room to go to sleep. Most nights were pretty uneventful for me, but I've always been the sort of person to wake up in the dead of night, around 2:30 to 4 o'clock a.m., for whatever reason, and usually I was able to drift off back to sleep with relative ease whenever this happened. On occasion, I would wake up to a feeling of being watched, which usually preceded a sense of dread or doom, like I was lying in bed, ever exposed to some sort of inevitable terror hidden just behind the closet door, or on the other side of the window, peering in through the cracks of my blinds, or worse yet, right behind my back as I lay still on my belly, shrouded by a thin blanket that somehow kept me safe from harm. One summer when I was 11 or 12, I woke up in the middle of the night during a sweltering heat wave. The hum of the air conditioner loudly worked away through the humid
and sticky July air, a common sound at this hour, cut only by the odd flyby of squeaking bats over the high treetops in the woods across from my house. But when I awoke, I became aware of absolute silence in my immediate surroundings. No sound of crickets, no bat screeching, no rise and fall of my family's breathing. The air conditioner had stopped. I didn't think much of this at first, and for a while, I just sat in the silence and looked around my room in an almost peaceful state. For about 20 minutes, I sat still in the silence, just awake in thought. The sort of liminal headspace where you aren't really thinking about anything, but your mind is tuned in and active nonetheless. I began to think it was a little too quiet, almost like it was unnatural. I tried to brush the feeling off, but as I started to notice how out of place the lack of sound was, I began to feel a building sense of dread, like it was permeating my room through the walls. At first, it was only slight, as if I were just starting to spook myself with my mind wandering. But eventually, it became uncomfortable. Off in the distance, I heard some sort of high-pitched hum, but even from my upstairs bedroom, I could tell that it wasn't coming from the air conditioning units or from anywhere on the property. It seemed to be coming from the other side of the empty field that sat across the road between us and the forest. I couldn't tell what it was, only where it was coming from. It almost sounded like the whinnying cry of a horse, faint and muted by the distance. It would start and fade back into silence, then return again. I told myself it was just some animal, maybe a screech owl or something I hadn't heard before. As I listened, the sound became more frequent, and every time it rang out over the hills, cutting through the silence, it seemed to be getting louder, as if it were getting closer. The ongoing sense of dread surrounding me intensified tenfold. Each time the sound got louder and more frequent. As the pitch gained in volume and frequency, I noticed the unmistakable sound of hooves trotting up to the house as if on some cobblestone road, old and unseen. They slowly clip-clopped up to what I perceived as the front of our lot and seemed to make their way up the driveway. By this time, the sound had become almost uniform and was no longer coming and going. It ceased to be unknown to my young mind and now sounded undeniably like the wailing of a woman. Whoever it was sounded as if they were coming right up to my window. I could hear the breath of a stationary horse positioned directly under my window, down where the driveway met the gate to our side yard. I was absolutely petrified. I shut my eyes almost immediately and rolled over quickly, curling up and huddling underneath my bedsheets until it was all over. It seemed like ages, but the woman eventually stopped shrieking. But I didn't hear anybody leave. I was still so scared, and I was more afraid than I have ever been, even to just move, lest it be some fatal miscalculation on my part. The sense of dread was still there, but things seemed to lessen to some degree. It wasn't so pervasive, and I no longer felt my world was coming apart at its seams. But still, as I lay curled up in the safe shroud of my thin bed sheets in the summer heat, I could hear her. At this point, she seemed to be murmuring, softly crying from down under my window. Curiosity eventually got the better of me, and looking back, that same curiosity could very well be the death of me one day. With care, I slowly swung myself out of bed and softly crept low up to the window, peering out from just above the sill to see down into the side yard, where our kitchen light shone out onto the path and the gate that led to the driveway. Down on the other side of the gate, I could see the faint outline of a shrouded woman, head bowed down, sobbing into her hands. She was indeed atop a large black horse, and though I could only see her silhouette, I could tell she was wearing some sort of thin veil around her head,
and a laced overcoat or cloak. "Go away," I stammered out, terrified and all the more surprised at my stupid choice to utter something more than a staggered breath. Her sobbing immediately ceased, and I drew back away from the window, low back onto the floor, afraid of what that might mean. I didn't hear anything at all after this point. The gloomy feeling of dread was still there. I almost jumped into my bed, and I'm not sure how I did so without making so much as a sound. Maybe she had some effect on sound? I'm still not sure, even years later. I lay stiff as a board, with my head on my chest and my arms over my head, eyes shut tightly, holding my breath, hoping that she would just go. The sense of doom was so intense by this point that if I thought it was unbearable before, now it was almost hellish. She was watching me. I just knew it. I don't know how, but she was. After what felt like either a lifetime or 10 seconds, the feeling lessened again, and I could hear the soft sound of hooves slowly heading away down the driveway into the distance. But as I turned around to check, I looked over at my window to see two bright and glowing eyes, blood red and shining with some ungodly light, peering through the blinds and into my own eyes, locked gaze to gaze with something not of this world. I couldn't move a muscle. My window was on the second story. At this point, I didn't know what was happening, and I was convinced this would be the last thing I would see. As I lay there helpless, locked eye to eye with this fiend, she began to shriek and howl at an ungodly volume that seemed to take up every corner of my bedroom and every inch of my soul. As the dread intensified with the volume of the relentless screaming and howling, the woman's jaw began to unhinge, and her sallow face contorted under the cover of her thin veil. I started to black out, and the last thing I remember about it was her wrathful, hollow eyes, as the sound began to fade into obscurity, and I lost consciousness. I woke up to the sun beaming through my windows, which my parents would often open when they woke up to get us all up and keep us from sleeping in. The sound of people mowing their lawns outside, the cicadas in the trees, and the familiar buzz of the air conditioning unit were all back, and it was as if nothing had even happened. The events of that night had a huge effect on me as a child, and even today, decades later, it still creeps me out to think about. I never really did get an answer as to what happened or what I saw, but in the days following, I convinced myself that I had come face to face with a banshee. I have since developed more of an interest in cryptid encounters and folklore from around the world, digging up all sorts of accounts of otherworldly beings, fairies, demons, and the like. Fairly recently, I started revisiting some of my Scottish heritage and found something within the folklore that matches what I had seen to a pretty high degree. With almost absolute certainty, I'm convinced that what I saw was something called a cunyag. It couldn't have been a traditional banshee. According to folklore, only certain Irish families are associated with the banshee, and after all, nobody in my family died or even came close to death, and I'm obviously still here. However close the cunyag is to the banshee, there are some key differences, and the most common distinction is this. Banshees aren't actually there to torment you. You can even talk to them by most folkloric accounts, and they will often respond with some message about a loved one who is in danger, or somebody you know who has passed away. Do not talk to the cunyag. One night, my good friend and I were hanging out, having some beers at our favorite bar, located in my neighborhood.
We had decided to call it early, since it was a weeknight, and we had work and school in the morning. So we left around midnight. My friend offered to walk me home, but I refused since I knew that night he didn't have his car and had to walk 20 or 30 minutes in the cold to get home. And I felt bad. Plus, we were in my neighborhood anyway, so my place was pretty close. We hugged goodbye, and I started walking home. It was pretty dark out, and there was no one around at first. A little bit into my walk, I noticed that someone was walking far behind me, but I of course didn't think much of it. I am pretty used to walking alone at night, and I don't get scared easily, so I just kept walking. After a minute or two, I turned around again, and I noticed that the person who was walking very far behind me has now somehow gotten very close, like much closer than they should have been if they were walking at my pace. And I was walking pretty fast since I was tired and cold and just wanted to get home as soon as possible. I was trying not to be paranoid, but at this point I had a really bad feeling. I can't exactly explain what it was. It was just like all of my alarm bells started going off. So I grabbed my phone in my hand, opened my recent calls, and just continued walking. At this point, the person who just a few minutes ago was so far behind me that they were basically a shadow was so close that I could hear their footsteps. The good thing was I was almost home. I just had to get through the parking lot in front of my building complex. However, just as we get to the parking lot, I turn around one last time, and I can see clearly this older man carrying a lot of bags in his hands right behind me. We make eye contact, and just as that happened, he started running towards me. I know that every normal human being's reaction in this situation would be to start running, but for some reason my instinctive reaction was to pretend I didn't notice or care, and just picked up the phone and called my mom. My mom answered in a sleepy voice since I had clearly woken her up, and asked me what was wrong. I just said something like, "Hey Mom, I'm in front of the building and I forgot my keys. Can you please unlock the door and wait for me?" Also, I have to note that while I was speaking on the phone, I noticed that there were 3 guys sitting on the benches in front of the building, hanging out. This is pretty common, however, even late at night in my city. Now, I don't know if it was the phone call or the fact that he noticed these guys, who he surely didn't expect to be there, but the man ran right past me and into the first building closest to us at the moment. I was still very shaken up, and I noticed that I stopped talking to my mom on the phone, who was mad at me for forgetting my keys and waking her up. But when the man went away, I told her exactly what happened, and she freaked out and ran outside in her pajamas. I still don't know for certain what that man's intentions were, but they definitely weren't good. And of course, I'm glad I never found out. My Uncle Dave is super awesome in a really goofy sort of way. He's always playing pranks on me. He once convinced me that a hot pepper was a pickle and got me to eat the whole thing at Chili's, which prompted me to wash my mouth out with soap in the restroom. He lived in Connecticut, and when my family moved down south to this neighborhood, we didn't see much of him. One weekend, after several encounters with a creepy guy, Uncle Dave announced he was coming for a visit and would be staying in our guest room. My mom let me stay up late to wait for his flight to arrive. However, after seeing me fall asleep on the couch several times, she ordered me to bed and said I could see Uncle Dave when I woke up. In the middle of the night, I woke up with this eerie feeling. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and goosebumps covered my body. I had this uneasy feeling that someone was watching me. Stiff as a board and trying not to move my head, lest I announce to the watcher that I was awake and aware of their existence, I moved my eyes around the room to look for anything out of the ordinary. My nightlight was on in the corner of my room, which created a pretty decent glow. It was easy to make out the details of my Beanie Baby collection, my desk, my dresser, and the man crouched next to the dresser. I could see this guy with dark hair sitting with his back against the wall and his right side leaning up against the dresser. His knees were pulled close to his body, and I could see his teeth and the whites of his eyes gleaming. He was facing me. I stared at him for a long time, and he didn't move. At first, I was terrified. Then I remembered Uncle Dave. Of course. He always pranks me. It's his life mission. He's probably trying to trick me again right now. If I cry or scream, he'll jump up laughing and shout, "Gotcha!" I can't let Uncle Dave win. I stared at him for a while, and he didn't move a muscle. He never gave up the game. After what felt like hours, I felt this sense of dread fill me. As much as Uncle Dave loves pranking me, I couldn't picture him staying up all night long to do this weird, creepy prank. A small voice in my head tried to convince me it was someone else, not Uncle Dave. I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep. I peeked and saw the man was still there. He was not a figment of my imagination. I closed my eyes again and imagined myself shouting for my mom and how she would dash in and rescue me. Even if this was Uncle Dave, I wanted no part in the prank. At some point, after hours of adrenaline, I crashed and fell asleep. When I awoke in the morning, I immediately checked by the dresser and saw no one. Feeling relief wash over me, I felt firmly convinced that was Uncle Dave being dumb again. Leaping out of bed and rushing out of my room, I ran into the living room gleefully shouting, "Uncle Dave, you got me again. That was the dumbest prank ever." My mom turned to me with this weird look on her face and told me that Uncle Dave was still in Connecticut because his flight was delayed. I figured my mom was in on the prank too and told her what happened, insisting that Uncle Dave was there in my room. When she shook her head no, I felt a wave of horror wash over me as I tried to figure out who was that in my room. My mom told me I was just imagining things, and she wouldn't entertain it. Fast forward a bit later, and I am again in my bed. My nightlight is on. I had somewhat forgotten about the creepy man, and was more focused on stuff like Captain Planet and Game Boy. I woke up in the middle of the night to that same eerie feeling. I checked by the dresser but didn't see anything. Feeling relieved, I settled back into bed and tried counting sheep. While lying there, I saw a slender hand creep up the side of my comforter from under the bed. It felt around, looking for something to grab onto. At that second, every alarm system in my body was screaming except for, of course, my mouth. I tried so many times to open my mouth and shout, but nothing would come out. I felt paralyzed. The hand was on my bed for probably only 5 minutes, but it felt like the longest 5 minutes of my life. I lay there, petrified and fantasizing about running out of the room or calling for my mom, but I could not get my mouth or legs to work. Instead, I lay there frozen. I eventually was able to call for my mom, but in the middle of shouting, "Mom!" my nightlight turned off. I don't remember what happened after that, but I think I must have fainted from pure fright. When I woke up, I stood up on my bed and took a flying leap, then ran out of the room and into the living room to tell my mom what had happened. My dad checked under my bed and again told me it was all my imagination. Despite my mom trying to convince me that I was crazy, I was firmly convinced that a man had been in my room not once, but twice. I worked at domestic violence shelters, and I've seen a lot of disturbing things, some paranormal,
and some just the truest chills of human nature. One of these instances was when a woman came to the rather large shelter I was working at after leaving her partner. Pretty typical, except her partner was an ex-military sniper. Naturally, she came in during the weeks our regular night shift worker was off on vacation, so I had been voluntold to take off my regular day shifts and work alone. I started my shift, and nothing much happened at first. I helped the residents get their medications, did some chores while watching Netflix. Usually, I'm a horror junkie, but I never watch it at work because it would make me extra jumpy, and I was certain the place was haunted. There were women who had passed in the building, but most of the spirits were chill, and I'm certain they were messing with me at times. Our office had windows that showed our tall pine trees in the backyard, designed to give us privacy for our residents' sakes. But at night, all you could see was darkness leering at you with no shielding from curtains. Naturally, our backs were turned to the window too, so we were just vulnerable. The windows had tints, but it didn't matter, because we could still see outside regardless if something could see us. By this point in my job, I had seen multiple residents' ex-partners trying to peek in or break in. But nothing like this dark night, with not even a glimmer of moonlight. I went to complete my assigned chores, as I could finish them and then chill until everyone got up this morning. I took my time in the basement, where most of my chores were. The basement is the floor below my office where the residents stay. When I returned, I started getting cozy for my shift. Blanket on, some goofy rom-com playing, and I'm just chilling. That is, until I felt like I was being watched. I had a habit of always feeling like something was watching me, as I grew up in a house with a similar window situation, and was a very anxious kid. I initially brushed it off as me being super paranoid. Not a bad thing, but I checked the many cameras that we had, and didn't notice anything out of place inside or out. I continued snacking and watching my movie. Around 2 a.m., when most residents were asleep, one of them knocked on the office door. This always spooked me at night, but when I went to answer it, it was one of the residents looking very panicked. She explained that she believed she heard someone out in the backyard while she was in her room, and was worried that it was one of the many women's ex-partners. The women all have windows that can open to the backyard. Too small for anyone but a small child to fit through, but they are still there. So I double-checked with this resident that hers were closed. We had a policy that all windows had to be closed at night, especially, which we enforced at curfew at midnight. She said hers were closed, but that it sounded like someone was in the backyard. I suggested she go to her room, close the blinds, and I would look into it. Again, I peered outside into the darkness, both on the cameras and with my eyes. I saw nothing out of place, but I felt an absolute pit in my stomach as the darkness stared back at me. I let this woman know I didn't see anything, but would check regularly. She thanked me and said that maybe she was just paranoid. I reassured her the building was secure, but I understood her fear. One thing about working at a shelter is that even if you are scared, you cannot show it to the residents, or they will panic, rightfully so, tenfold. Despite my stomach being in knots, I kept a calm and cool demeanor. At about 3:30 a.m., feeling a little better, I went to sit down and noticed something dash into the pine trees. Absolutely petrified and going against my human nature, which said to bolt like a madman, I went to investigate near the window. At this point, I was cautiously crawling because I didn't want to be seen by some wild man. I couldn't see anyone, but I again felt that gaze and noticed one of the pines move. When I say that I have never called the police quicker, I mean it. Luckily, because my workplace was well known by the police, they arrived pretty quickly. I met them at the front door, explained the situation, and mentioned the woman with an ex-military partner.
The police fanned out and looked around the pines. No one was found, but they did find something that disturbed the pines, and one of those fake leaves from a camouflage suit. They might as well have commanded me to crap my pants. They suggested that it was possible someone with a military background was in the pines that night, trying to scope out the shelter. I felt as if I had lived 3 lives in one night. The police said it appeared that the person had left, likely after seeing the flashing red and blue lights. The police then left and said to call back if I felt unsafe again. The rest of the night was uneasy until my manager and other coworkers came in. Luckily, I have never seen curtains put up so quickly and security guards hired. This woman and another resident with an ex in Hell's Angels were no longer with us. I have no certainty it was the ex-military partner, but just based on how I felt I was being stalked like prey and how she described her ex-partner, I do believe that it was him. I no longer work at that job, but that night, that one night, haunts me. I was 10 years old, and it was the late 90s. I was a fat kid, and the other kids certainly let me know it. I remember when the movie Free Willy came out, and that became my name for the better part of a year or so. Needless to say, I didn't have many friends, and as those who don't have friends do, I gravitated more toward my console and computer games, rather than basketball or boxing, or whatever the kids did outside. I did make one friend, however, who lived a few blocks away. Steve was older than me, a nerd, and cool as hell. I won't get into particulars of our friendship, but he introduced me to all sorts of great games. Diablo, Dungeon Keeper, Duke Nukem, games that weren't always age appropriate. He would even loan them to me sometimes. One Saturday, I called up Steve to ask if he wanted to hang out. He said he would ask his parents, but they declined due to some travel plans they had. So I asked him if I could borrow one of his games, and he agreed to loan me a little gem called StarCraft. Now, anyone who knows StarCraft would not be too surprised to hear that I about jumped off the couch and hustled my fat butt across the neighborhood to Steve's house. I was so psyched, I would have skipped home if I were the skipping type. And though I didn't do that, someone did see me. I was walking back down the block about halfway home when I heard a man call out, "Hey, kid!" I paused, turned and looked. There across the street was a pizza delivery car. One of those big chains, not a small one. The guy had a uniform on, I think, but I wasn't close enough to see a name tag or anything, and the car hood was popped up. He was looking at me and called out again, "Hey, kid, can I get a hand?" I had never worked on cars before. My dad did that sort of thing, and I think even he would agree that I'd only get in the way and probably hurt myself if I helped him with anything at that age. So I wasn't really sure what I could do. What's wrong?" I asked from across the road. "I just need your help with something real quick," he said, looking back down at the engine. "Can you come over here real quick? I could use some help." When he dodged the question like that, I felt something I can only describe as a tingling sensation in the back of my neck. Not like goosebumps, but something instinctual. In that moment, stranger danger kicked in, and I could almost feel a tug pulling me back in the direction of my home. Sorry, I gotta get home now." The man could have been in his 30s, though I'll say that kids aren't the best approximators of age. It did seem odd to me that he would ask a child for help when there were any number of houses and doors that he could have knocked on to ask an adult. Furthermore, I remembered it being about 11 a.m. at the time, and I remember this because of how badly this encounter confused me. But that just goes to make things stranger, because all I could really do to help in that situation was maybe hold a flashlight. But this was in the middle of the day, in suburban Southern California. Nothing felt right, so I just turned and started walking faster. And I really did feel the hairs prickle at the back of my neck now. I glanced back at the guy to make sure I wasn't being chased, and thankfully, I wasn't. Instead, he just looked at me and watched me walk away. It was as if he had the same realizations that I did. It was Saturday. It was early. People were home. No one was out mowing their lawns or walking their dogs. I remembered looking for an adult, looking for help and finding no one. But people would hear a kid screaming for help. Maybe this is one of my bullies talking, but this guy definitely would have struggled to pick me up and carry me any distance. Now, I made it home in one piece, obviously, and some years later I recounted the tale to my mother. She went silent for a good moment, then told me that one of the parents in the neighborhood reported a man in a pizza car one time. He was talking to her son. When confronted, he complained of car trouble, but when he was pressed on the matter, miraculously, wouldn't you know it, the man's car started right up, and he drove away very fast. Nothing came of it that I know of, but my mom had always told me that she was grateful that I was the type to play inside. Even if it made me a little heavier and I would just about ruin my eyes staying up late gaming, at least I was safe at my friend's house or at home. For some quick context, this happened last year around Christmas. My girlfriend and I were on our way from college to visit my family and spend Christmas with them. This is important, as it is my first time ever speaking about this story publicly, because every time I try to talk about it with my girlfriend, she always laughs and shuts it down, saying the place was just creepy, but nothing else. During our trip, late into the night, my girlfriend and I decided to pull over as it was already really dark, and we were both tired and needed to rest. We pulled over to this really odd-looking motel on the road. You know those sort of cliché horror movie motels? Like the ones where you can tell a cheap snuff film was recorded? Yeah. We parked the car there, and I vaguely remember looking over at my girlfriend and making a comment about the presentation of the motel. Although I don't remember much about my comment, I vividly remember my girlfriend whispering to me about this eerie feeling she got. Like when you have that feeling you're being watched but can't really describe it. Yeah, that feeling. We decided to ignore it, as both of us were really tired and not in the mood to argue about finding a new place to stay overnight. The weather seemed to be getting worse over time, so we were definitely not in the mood to be driving late into the night. When we got to the reception desk, we were caught off guard by the sight of an old woman, maybe in her mid-70s. She appeared to be sleeping, and both my girlfriend and I did not want to wake her. Fortunately, as we were about to give her a light tap on her shoulder, she snapped out of her daze, greeted us warmly, and apologized for falling asleep. This lady appeared to be in her 70s, like I mentioned, so my girlfriend and I understood and didn't give her a hard time. The warm welcome made us feel a little bit more comfortable and helped us settle down for the night. After this incident, the lady escorted us to our room, and we thanked her for everything, the usual motel booking stuff. We started to settle down for the night, and although we were tired, things started to get hot and steamy. While we were finishing up, I looked through the window and I could have sworn I saw a figure disappear. Although I couldn't be sure what I saw, I could have sworn it was the old lady's figure, just out of view. I didn't want to weird my girlfriend out, so I decided to keep it to myself and just act like everything was normal. After we had finished and my girlfriend fell asleep, I decided to go out for a quick smoke break to help me sleep, as I suffer from insomnia and didn't want to disturb my girlfriend by playing videos out loud, which are the only things that can help put me to bed. Just as I was about to head back into our room, the sound of loud crashing followed by a woman's screams
pierced my ears. That feeling when you just know something is very wrong. The primal fear that makes you just want to hide under your blanket and close your eyes. To this day, of all of the things I have ever experienced, it is the one thing I truly never want to experience again. Just as I caught myself zoning out, thinking about what could have happened, I saw a woman, maybe in her 20s, running in the opposite direction from where all the rooms were. To my shock and horror, a man came running out of the same room, chasing her. Without thinking, I quickly ran in their direction, and I think this was enough to scare him off as he quickly backed away and left the woman alone. I took her back to the reception, where I asked the same lady who booked us in to call 911. She refused and told me to do it myself, which at the time I thought was really odd, but in hindsight now, it makes complete sense. Although I was taken aback by the old woman's sudden rude demeanor, I realized there was no time to waste as the man had more time to run away. As I began to call the cops, the old lady suddenly began to throw a fit, telling me to hang up the call and that she would pepper spray me if I didn't. Realizing that something was really off and that my girlfriend was still alone in our room, I decided to go get her and our stuff and take the woman who was chased by the man to the nearest police station and just get out of here. As we got into the car, the woman started breaking down and began telling us how earlier that night, she too first saw the old lady peeking into her window and decided to brush it off, thinking she was seeing things. When she had finally decided to get some rest later into the night, she woke up to the sounds of heavy breathing by her door. Looking up, she saw the same man that I saw chasing her. She panicked, throwing the closet thing next to her at the door made of frosted glass, hence the breaking sound that I heard. Quickly grabbing the things closest to her, she ran out, leading up to what I had seen. After we had dropped the woman off at the police station, and although exhausted to death, I drove us to my parents' house and blacked out. I asked my girlfriend about it, and she just brushed me off, so I decided to put it aside, as it was Christmas time, and I didn't want to ruin the mood. Now that it's around that time again, I remembered what happened and decided to follow up with the police report, as I was a witness for the case last year. Apparently, this wasn't a random man. It was the old lady's son, which makes sense why she didn't want us to call the cops. And this was not their first run-in with the law either. I didn't ask further than that, but I did ask about the woman who fell victim to this act. If anyone is wondering, yes, she's doing okay, and we still keep in very frequent contact. My dog and I love to hike. She's a blue heeler mix I found in 2019, and we have been inseparable since. We were living in Florence, Alabama at the time, and decided to go to the TVA Nature Trails, which is home to about 30 trails and over 180 miles, and is beside a river. I was familiar with the area, so I knew where a lot of the trails led, crossed over, etc. It was either late fall or early spring when this happened. We got to the parking lot, and my gut told me to back my car into the parking lot. I never do that, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was still in my car getting my fanny pack ready when I looked forward and noticed a man in his late 40s or early 50s who looked very out of place. He was wearing jeans, a brown blazer, and leather dress shoes. In any other context, I might have just assumed he was heading to a job interview or something like that, but this was a Sunday afternoon, and we were in the middle of the woods. I had a really bad feeling about him and kept my eye on him while I laced up my boots and got my dog out of the car. He never looked over at us as far as I know. I watched him start down a path and decided to go on a trail that did not run into his trail. Here's where it goes down. Let me paint the scene for you. The river is to my left, and my dog is playing in the water.
The trails make a backwards lowercase y shape to my right. 2 of the 3 trails come down a pretty large hill, probably a 50-foot drop in elevation on each trail alone. So the little river coast was almost tucked under a cliff. You wouldn't know I was there unless you were trying to see down onto the beach area. While my dog was playing, I got the most intense, "you need to get out of there" feeling in my gut that I've ever had. I listened to that feeling, leashed up my dog immediately, and started walking back towards the trails. I got back to the Y and had to choose which path to go when I heard the parking lot man shout something at me from the highest of the trails. Based on the trail he went down from the parking lot, he should not have been there. He must have turned around after I started down my trail and went down that trail or something. The paths don't cross, and it's literally from the opposite side of the park. As I was processing that this man was not where he should be, I realized this could be the beginning of a true crime story. I didn't understand what he said when he yelled, so I asked him to repeat it. I'll never unhear it for the rest of my life. He said, "I can see what the military was talking about when they said you can see everything from up high." Then he made a hand gesture pointing to the area where my dog and I were playing in the water. I decided to nope it out of there and started heading back to the trail we came down. There's an important part of the terrain that I didn't mention yet. Leading down to the river, there's a large ditch between a couple of the trails, probably a 20-foot steep drop from trail to the bottom, with a bridge that goes over it. I was fairly close to the bridge when I heard him, so I went that direction. The man proceeded to run down the hill of the trail, meanwhile asking all kinds of questions about my dog. I couldn't go that fast because my dog was thoroughly confused and was trying to protect me. The man then said, "I was watching you two in the parking lot. I saw you get out of the car." Chills. He caught up behind us on the bridge and asked to pet my dog. I said no. He then asked if I had a husband, so I lied and said yes. He asked what my husband does for work, and I said, "He's in the army, and he's going to be really mad when he hears that you won't leave his wife and dog alone." At this point, the man was still jogging behind us to stay as close as possible. I was trying to decide how to lose this guy. Do I scream at the top of my lungs? Do I push him? Do I just deal with it and hope it doesn't get worse? Now, we were walking on the flat part along the top of the steep ditch. I noticed gloves in his blazer pocket, and he had a little bottle in his hand. It was a clear plastic juice bottle, like vitamin water or Snapple, and had a dark liquid in it that looked like sweet tea. Not the right color for the bottle. At first, I thought it was probably a spit bottle for chewing tobacco, or at least that's what I hoped it was. Then he firmly said, "I'm going to pet your dog," and reached down at her. She's not big, but she jumped on him with force and knocked the bottle down the ditch. The man, very unexpectedly, went down into the ditch after his bottle. It was so steep that he had to slide down the bank, or he would have broken some bones. My dog and I took off in a different direction, avoiding human trails to hopefully lose him. We ran for about 2 miles through the woods until we were about a half mile from the car in a different populated area. I asked a man to walk me to my car and told him that someone was following me. He did, and then he was being silly to make me laugh and feel better. I'm so grateful to him. I made it safely back home and was livid that this guy cast a stain on one of our favorite hiking spots. But obviously I was grateful that my dog and I were alive. For a while I tried to believe that it was just some socially inept guy that really wanted to pet my dog. Deep down, I know that man didn't have good intentions, though. I trust my gut, and she was not okay in that moment. So I'm just left with one question. What the heck was in that bottle? And why was it so important that he had to risk seriously injuring himself to go get it? I am an only child, and when I was around 5, my dad married a woman who had 4 children from previous relationships. They have since divorced, but during their marriage, we had quite a few horrifying experiences. The first happened at the house where my dad and now ex-stepmother got married. It was a beautiful old Victorian-style home with 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a lovely backyard. They had their wedding ceremony in our living room in front of the fireplace. The pastor from our church officiated, and I think that's what stirred up the evil that lurked in our home. This is my dad's story, and I don't remember it because I was too little, but I will tell it exactly as he told me. He and my brothers, who we will call Matt and JJ, planned on going fishing for the day. My dad asked Matt to go to the garage and get the fishing poles. While retrieving them, Matt noticed a light coming from the wall. He went and got my dad, and they found what appeared to be a hidden room in our garage that we did not know existed. My dad called the landlord, reasonably annoyed that we were paying to light a room that we did not even know was there. On the phone, the landlord became very defensive and said, "You are not to go in that room. It is locked and sealed off for a reason," and wouldn't elaborate any further. My dad decided it wasn't worth the fight and did what the landlord said. Matt, however, being a rebellious and curious teenager, decided to investigate further. He broke the lock and opened the door to find very large black duffel bags, like the ones coroners use to transport bodies, along with odd tools like a chainsaw and some large rusty knives and men's clothing. My dad caught him lurking and scolded him, telling him to stay out of there. After he opened the door, we were no longer alone in that house, and Matt was no longer Matt. One night, my dad awoke to what sounded like footsteps coming from the hallway outside the master bedroom. They were pacing back and forth, back and forth. Dad crept to the door, opened it, and saw that Matt was pacing up and down the hallway. He told him to go back to bed, and Matt just turned and stared at him, expressionless. This continued night after night, and it really started to freak my dad out. One morning, he woke to find Matt leaned over his bed, not inches from his face, just staring at him emotionless. He yelled and told him to get out, and Matt just calmly stood up straight and walked out of the room. My dad locked the bedroom door that night, and Matt stood outside of it and rattled the doorknob all night long. His weird behavior did not stop there. A few days later, my dad and stepmom were in the kitchen just talking, and Matt came in out of nowhere and attacked my dad. He went insane, hitting and thrashing, and my dad had to put him in a chokehold to get him to stop. My dad said that there was no white in his eyes. They were pure black. Another experience happened to my brother JJ. At the top of the stairs, there was a railing that extended left and right, and from there, you could see the entire living room. My dad walked out of his room to see JJ standing and staring into the corner of the living room. He tried to get his attention, and upon further inspection, saw that he looked absolutely terrified. JJ pointed into the corner of the living room and said, "Dad, I'm in the living room." "What are you talking about?" my dad asked him, confused. "I'm in the living room." We believe that what JJ saw was his doppelganger. My parents decided to move us out of that house. The last thing that happened to us there was when my dad was the only one in the house, grabbing the last few things left behind. It was a scorching summer day, so Dad decided to take a shower. He swears he saw something walk past the shower curtain in the bathroom. He quickly got out and was sitting on the toilet to put his socks on when he heard a sort of low growling noise coming from the vent below him. He bent down, and a low guttural voice said, "Get out," blowing hot air onto him. He ran out of the bathroom, out of the house, and never went back. Since then, every time we pass the house or hear from old neighbors, the house is always for sale or for rent. My brother lived a very troubled adolescence, but has since straightened up, found comfort in religion, and now has a family of his own. He tells my dad he does not remember anything that happened in that house or attacking my dad. I think we really pissed off whatever was in that house by inviting a pastor in, and my brother was just unlucky enough to be the one who let it out. I have never been a person who's kept many close relationships. It's never been my nature to let people into my life. I've always taken stock in being an observer, getting to know people from a distance. This trait is what led me to become so enmeshed in Monica's life. Monica Stevens and her husband Dylan were my neighbors and my landlords at my new apartment. I had just moved to the city from my small town, mostly to find work, but it didn't hurt that there were many more people watching opportunities here than at my previous residence. My apartment was not lavish by any stretch, but it was perfect for me. I lived on the top floor, a view of the rooftop garden from my kitchen, and my bedroom window was directly across from the Stevens kitchen window, as they lived just 2 doors down. Although I had tried, I could never get a view of their bedroom, as their thick blackout curtains were shut tightly all hours. For the first time after I moved in, I learned the Stevens routine. Each morning, Monica would already be at the kitchen table by the time I woke up at 6. She would sit, her chin propped up against her palm, head buried into her book, the long blonde curls falling in front of her face. It was so cute. When Dylan got up, I could tell she stiffened at his presence. Immediately, he'd begin to berate her. I could see the spittle fly from his mouth as he slammed her book shut, grab his keys, and walk out the door. This was almost a daily occurrence. If he was not screaming in her face, he would sit across from her silently, eating a bowl of cereal, and then disappear out the door. When he left, he would not come back again until dinner time. I don't know what he would do during the day, but I never cared to find out. He was probably cheating on Monica, that pig. Plus, if I followed him, it would be less time I could spend with my beautiful girl. Hour after hour, Monica would sit at that table, unmoving. The poor thing was paralyzed with fear. I hadn't known her that long, but I knew I could never let her stay with this jerk. When Dylan got home, he walked in and picked her up from her chair and took her to the bedroom. I could hear his insincere apologies, just saying sorry in hopes that he would get laid. They come out an hour later, him placing her back into the wheelchair. I would watch Monica sit with her back at my window while her doting husband cooked dinner. He looked in seeming silence, not speaking to her or even acknowledging her presence. It baffled me how that troll could treat a woman of that caliber with such carelessness. Although I could never get a clear view of her face, I could tell she was beautiful, shy, and that he didn't love her like I did. He was so controlling. His wife never left the apartment complex, let alone feel safe enough to even move from the kitchen table during the day. The only time she could come out was Saturday morning, when I would see her at the rooftop garden. I knew she wanted me to save her. After observing their routine for about 2 weeks at that point, I could pinpoint exactly when I could corner Dylan. The morning I planned to confront him, there was a change in the usual routine. While Dylan was in the middle of his screaming session, he struck the back of Monica's head. This sent her forehead slamming down onto their wooden kitchen table. And let me tell you, this set me off. The rest of the routine remained unchanged, as at 7 a.m. exactly, he would leave their apartment and head for the elevator. Following him, I left at 7:01, so I could catch the elevator right before the door closed, wanting to seem nonchalant. I smiled when I walked into the elevator and introduced myself, stating that I was sorry for not formally introducing myself since moving in.
I hadn't interacted with him directly when I had signed the lease, just his property manager. He gave me the side eye, so I confidently stuck out my hand to shake his. He grabbed it finally, his tarnished silver wedding ring cold on my hand, and said, "Yeah, I'm the landlord, Dylan." I told him I had noticed his wife's affinity for gardening and asked if she would like some company next time. I know, a little early to get to talking about Monica, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I couldn't spend any more time exchanging pleasantries with this jerk either. That's when something strange happened. He turned to me and grabbed my forearm, squeezing so tight that it was painful. He shoved me forcibly against the elevator wall and said, "Listen, I know you've been stalking her. She wants you to leave her alone. Do you understand me?" The elevator door dinged and opened. He let go of my arm and walked straight out without another word, straight through the complex doors to his car and drove off. I stood shocked. What was that? But I had gotten what I came for, and that was all that mattered. That whole leave her alone was such an obvious lie. It confirmed to me that she needed my help. Dylan was becoming more unhinged by the day, and this episode in the elevator was proof. I went straight back up to my apartment, already thinking of what I was going to do on Saturday morning when she got to that garden. It was already Friday evening by the time Dylan got back from his daily escapades. I dreamt of her that night, about finally turning her around, seeing that gorgeous face that was no longer hiding from Dylan, professing my love, and running away together. We would get a cottage so she could garden, but live near the city so we could people watch together. We would both be free and happy. Saturday morning came, and I woke up early to prepare my things. When Dylan woke up, he went immediately to find Monica in the kitchen. He lit into her first thing. It was too muffled to hear exactly what he was saying, but loud enough that I could hear through their closed window. I could see her distress. She couldn't even lift her head to defend herself. This poor, beaten-down woman was counting on me. But it wasn't too much longer now. Dylan forcefully grabbed her wheelchair and wheeled her out of the apartment, heading for the roof. I watched as he dumped her there, screaming a final time, saying, "You can just rot out here. I don't even care anymore." Dylan disgusted me. I wished I could run up there and take her away right then. However, I knew I had to wait for Dylan to depart if I wanted to avoid a confrontation. Half an hour later, I approached the elevator so that I could reach the rooftop garden. As the elevator rose, I took a deep breath. Was I going to do this? Confess my love to this married woman and propose that we run away from her abusive husband together? I guessed so, because a moment later, I was stepping out from the elevator and into the small hallway that ended with the final obstacle between me and my love. As I approached the door that led on top of the roof, I felt the hot summer air begin seeping in. I turned the knob and stepped onto the bright roof. There she was, Monica. That silky blonde hair was instantly recognizable. It had fallen and covered her face slightly, so that she couldn't quite see me approach. I walked over slowly as I didn't want to startle her, but then my emotions took over. I grabbed her shoulder, spun her around, and closed my eyes right before I professed my love. But I got no response. I mean nothing. Not a "screw you," not an "I love you too." Silence. I opened my eyes, expecting to meet the eyes of a beautiful woman. Instead, I gagged. She had no eyes. They were gone. No eyebrows either. They were replaced with thick black stitches that held her eyelids together. Her eyes were completely sewn shut. My eyes traveled down to her nose. She had a maggot hanging out of her right nostril, and it turned to crawl into her left one. She was a repulsing pale color with burst veins littering her skin. Then down to her mouth. It was sewn shut as well, and her lips were gone. ripped off her face. Her mouth was sewn into a line. No smile, no frown. Completely straight and emotionless. Beyond that, her legs were completely gone. I was expecting her to have been intact. I mean, I knew she was in a wheelchair, but her legs looked like they had been sawed off. They were jaggedly rotting, not being cauterized of anything. I couldn't look anymore. I ran to the hallway leading back to the elevator, vomiting once I gotten the door shut behind me. I ran to my apartment where I deadbolted the door behind me and sunk down into a fetal position, sobbing. I felt indescribable loss and anger. What had he done to my beautiful future wife? He mutilated her, and he thought I was going to let him get away with this? I had no weapons beside a massive hammer from an old toolbox I had under my sink. I stalked my way to the Stevens apartment and broke the doorknob off with the hammer. Kicking the door in, I wanted to avenge my love. The apartment had an atmosphere so grotesque, so depraved, so much more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. I walked into the door and smelt rotting flesh seeping from the walls. The only light came from the singular kitchen window, the one I had stared into so many times, the one I never imagined would hold this horror lurking in the spots I couldn't see. Right by the window, just out of the view I could see from my apartment, was a meat hook. And there in the dim apartment hung Monica's left leg. He was going to eat her leg. I nearly puked on the kitchen table. I couldn't bring myself to leave, though. No matter how much my brain said to run, my feet kept taking me further into the apartment. I entered their bedroom. Dried blood splatter-stained the walls and floors. It looked fairly faded. How long ago had he killed her? I knew it hadn't been long, but I believed that the whole time I had been living in this apartment, she had been dead. I gazed into my apartment window as I re-entered the kitchen, imagining how untainted my mind had been just hours ago. I began to panic. I wanted to call the police. I had impenetrable evidence against Dylan. Not only was Monica slumped over on the roof, but his apartment was a striking and completely incriminating crime scene. Before I attempted to get help, I knew I had to get Monica somewhere safe. I started my way out of the kitchen, making my way back to the front door. But then a voice rang out from just outside the front door.
What the hell?
Dylan yelled. He broke the routine. I had no chance of running. I ducked back into the bedroom and slid quietly into the attached bathroom. I could hear his thudding footsteps grow closer and closer as he threatened. I have a weapon. Whatever creep is in here, I have a weapon. It was time for me to avenge Monica. I heard him enter the bedroom. I gripped the hammer in my hand, charged out of the bathroom and swung. I hit him directly in the left temple. He screamed, contorting with pain. I dropped the hammer and fled back to my apartment, adrenaline carrying me the whole way there. All I could focus on was getting his blood off me. When the police searched the apartment, they were in shock at the scene. It wasn't me that called them, but another tenant down the hall. By the time I was finished washing myself and disposing of my bloodied clothes, Monica had been found by the police. Coroners came and wrapped up her frail body. They lifted her up and she was gone. I didn't even get to say goodbye. 2 days later, I went to her closed casket funeral. It was a fairly publicized affair, being how brutally tortured she had been. I stood in the back, and after the burial, I left. My car packed with everything I owned. I left the city. I still dream of her, dancing in the kitchen, how our lives could have been, of her beautiful sewn face. Monica, you're going to love my new place. It's the cottage we've always wanted. I can't wait to pick you up soon. See you then.